get started. We're going to do a few housekeeping issues before we introduce our facilitator for the day. We are running this as a board meeting, so we are going to ask Nina to kick off the meeting and have Wendy call the roll.
Okay. Calling to order the April 28th, 2026 trustee meeting for the Mental Health Recovery Services Board. And if we will begin, please, with the roll call.
Mr. Brown?
Present.
Mr. Albright?
Here.
Mr. Arnold?
Here.
Ms. Banks? Ms. Bell?
Present.
Ms. Carter? Ms. Crockett? Dr. Elhai?
Here.
Ms. Friedman? Reverend Gordon?
Here.
Ms. Harding? Ms. Howe?
Here.
Mr. Lambert?
Here.
Ms. Mendoza-Locke?
Here.
Mr. Ortley?
Here.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Here.
Mr. Salas?
Here.
Major White? That's it.
Okay, thank you. And we have one visitor other than board staff.
Annie Minton, board group meeting.
Welcome. Just a few other housekeeping issues before we go. You guys have seen there's refreshments here and healthy and non-healthy snacks around the corner. We do have the doors unlocked today, so you can, if you need the men's restroom, you can either go directly onto the other side through there, or you can walk around the loop to get to it. We will break intermittently between now and 11:30. We will have lunch from 11:30 to 12:30, and then we'll proceed with additional discussion until 3:30, 4 o'clock-ish. This is an interactive process, and we would encourage everyone's questions, participation. At this point, there's no right or wrong answers until Dr. Gillette tells you you're wrong, which, by the way, he will do. With kind, gentle, loving. Sure. But I do want to introduce our speaker. And by the way, if there's any questions, issues, concerns about today and here and now, logistically or otherwise, please let us know, and we'll do our best to accommodate. It will seem like a longer day sitting around having these discussions. So if you need to, stand up, walk around a little bit. Please still continue to pay attention, but we understand that you may need to get up and move a little bit. So let me introduce Dr. Gillette, and once I introduce Dr. Gillette, I'm going to turn the day over to him. So Dr. Gillette is a nationally respected expert in clinical and organizational bioethics with extensive experience supporting healthcare systems, behavioral healthcare organizations, and public sector entities in navigating complex ethical issues. His work focuses on the application of ethical principles in real-world challenges ranging from patient care decision-making and capacity assessments to organizational policy development and systems-level dilemmas. What distinguishes Dr. Gillette's work from, or his approach, is his ability to translate complex ethical frameworks into practical guides for professionals. He has worked extensively throughout Ohio with other boards similar to us and nationally. We are thrilled that he is joining us today, and today is the first of continuing discussions with Dr. Gillette as we move forward to establish priority populations and services and reevaluate and revise our framework for how we fund services. So Dr. Gillette, welcome, and take it away, please.
Thank you. Morning, everybody.
Morning.
I like that intro. Did you write that? Or
I did.
You did? Well, I'm going to have to, you have to email it to me. I'll reuse it.
Me and Chet.
Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. It's great to be with you. We're going to spend the day together. So you've already heard this is going to be interactive and it can be somewhat informal. In fact, it's already warm in here, so it'll only be a matter of minutes before I shed my jacket. But I hope that today is going to be a very productive conversation. And as Scott said, it's going to be a kickoff for ongoing conversations that I predict will unfold over the next couple of months. And hopefully, in fact, it's more than a hope. It's fully the intent that this will result in some very practical guidelines that you can employ moving forward when you decide the most ethically appropriate way to allocate the resources that you have. Before I even open my PowerPoint, before I even get to the first slide, I just want to start by telling you that when I present to groups like yours, I often like to point out the fact that in my view, the most ethical document that you have is your budget. And what I don't mean by that is that your budget is either ethical or unethical. I'm not judging whether or not the budget contains ethical concepts or is an unethical choice that you've made on how to spend your money. What I mean by that is that your budget is the best representation possible about what your values actually are. You can jump up and down all day long telling me what you care about. You can print up nice little things you frame on the wall that talk about your mission and your vision and that sort of thing. But if I really want to know what you care about, all I have to do is look to see where you spend your money. So if the way you spend your money is not consistent with things like your mission statement, then we have a disconnect that's problematic. So part of what this project will help hopefully accomplish is a verification that you are utilizing resources that you have, which by the way are not yours, right? They are public resources. So you are stewards of public resources and you have a fiduciary obligation to the taxpayers of Ohio to use the resources that you have in a particular way. And it's defined in part by things like your mission and your values. But to make sure that those spending decisions comport with and are consistent with the values that you actually want to uphold. It has always been alarming to me when I've gotten into budgets to see the extraordinary disconnect between what people say they care about and what people are willing to spend their money on. I don't want to get too political, but I will tell you that my daughter, for instance, gets very upset and she has expressed this on numerous occasions when friends of hers will say, well, I am socially liberal but fiscally conservative. Well, actually, I like that idea, right? Like, I'm careful with the dollar. Like, I think we do need to be pretty conservative with how we spend our money, and yet maintain some pretty liberal, social positions. But her idea is, if you're not willing to spend your money on what you care about, what does it mean for you to say that you hold those values, right? It's a long way of saying put your money where your mouth is, okay? So what we're going to be doing over the next couple of months, but starting with a full day today, is to really think about what the ethical principles are that can guide the decisions that you have to make about utilization of resources. And this is all assuming a backdrop of scarcity. And I'm going to get to my slides in a moment and talk about why that might be true. If you had all the money in the world, if you never had to face a shortage, if you could do everything, any little itch you get, you can pay for it, then we wouldn't have to have this conversation. We're having this conversation because you can't do everything you want to do. I'm not even sure if you can do everything that you need to do. But there certainly is going to be a gap between demand and supply. And figuring out how to manage that gap is what this is all about, okay? So I'm going to get into PowerPoint. I'm going to share some slides, but I want to reiterate some of the stuff in the introduction. My training is in philosophy. That's my PhD is in philosophy. If you ask my wife what it means for me to be a professional philosopher, she will tell you I am a professional arguer. My job is to disagree with whatever you say. Your job is to disagree with whatever I say. And we're supposed to really explore the examples, counterexamples, arguments, counter-arguments, so that we can generate a consensus around the most rationally defensible answers to many of these puzzles. This is a function of rationality, okay? Emotion matters, but emotion does not drive conclusions, okay? Emotions are things that need to be taken into account. Emotions can be premises in arguments, but the argument still has to be sound. The argument still has to make sense. When someone asks you, why did you do what you did? You need to be able to answer that question. And you cannot just say, felt like the right thing at the time. You can't just say, because. You need to be able to outline an explicable process that you used to derive your conclusions. And so that's what today is going to be all about. So if you like to argue, I already have been told there are some amongst us who cannot resist the urge, then we will have a good time together. If you don't like to argue, I don't care. Just fasten your seatbelt, okay? But listen, none of this is going to be personal, okay? So no personal attacks, and don't hold grudges against anybody for what they say in this room. In fact, I'm going to tell you right now, I invite you to play the devil's advocate. You do not need to believe what you say. I know this is technically a public meeting and it's being recorded, but listen to me. You don't need to believe what you say, right? Explore an alternate perspective. See how far you can push an argument. You will learn as much about ethics when you throw yourself inside an argument that you even know is a losing argument, but you understand it from the inside. So feel free to explore, which also means don't assume you know what someone believes because of something they said in this room. They have been helping with that intellectual exploration. All right, that's all I have to say about ground rules. And I think you deserve a little bit more of a background as to how I got to you and why I'm here. So just so you know, I as indicated, I've done this work for a good number of years. Allocation of scarce resources is not the only thing that I deal with. I run ethics committees for all sorts of different healthcare providers in all platforms. This issue, however, has become a very interesting one and one that has caught a lot of attention from a lot of folks. It started way back in Alexandria, Virginia, when budget cuts, and I'm talking 20, 25 years, I don't even remember what year it was, where budget cuts, especially within the prevention world, were becoming pretty significant. And we were not going to be able to fund all of the partners that we had historically funded. Some programs were going to run out of money. We could not afford to just keep all of the providers doing everything they had already done. And we convened a meeting of the providers, and I was invited in to come and sort of moderate that conversation to develop a consensus among providers as to how those cuts should be made. That was not an easy task, by the way, because everyone in that room knew that their program might be on a chopping block. And yet, we were able to have a productive conversation about the values that should be driving the decisions so that at the end of the day, if someone did take a cut, they would believe that it was fair. They would not believe that they were personally targeted. They would not believe that this was idiosyncratic or arbitrary, but that actually the decision made sense. And you can live with something even if you don't like it, if you believe that it makes sense. What you can't live with is an arbitrary decision. So that was way back in Alexandria. Now, something I did not put into this PowerPoint is more recently. So this had to do with budgets. How much money in our prevention budget should go to this program versus that program. To put a sharp point on this, when COVID hit, one of the first things I was asked to do by one of the hospital corporations where I'm under contract is to help develop a policy on ventilator triage. Now, we've done triage forever, right? So you're probably thinking, okay, so just take what you all seen a MASH episode. You all know that, you take the most injured first and whatever. Well, they were asking for something that they had never asked for before. They were not just asking if two patients come in needing ventilator support and we only have one vent, which patient should get the next vent? Okay, should we intubate person A or person B? Now, that already would be stressful, but that, I got news for you, that would be baby ethics in the COVID world. What they were actually asking me to do was to develop a policy that contemplated the possibility that we would take a patient off a ventilator in order to reallocate the resource to a new patient who just showed up. I mean, we've been doing organ transplants forever in this country, right? We know there's always a shortfall. So you're on a kidney waiting list? Interesting question. If you all need a kidney and I only got one and there are 3 of you, which one goes next? But what we've never contemplated is actually taking a kidney out of you over your objections without your consent in order to give it to somebody else. And yet that's precisely what they were asking for in that policy. Because remember, the early days of COVID, we had no idea how bad this was going to get. Now, that's an extreme version of an allocation decision, right? You don't have to do that. Although some of the decisions you make might result in withdrawing funding from historically funded partners. So there will be pain. It will not be happy, but it needs to be justified. And that's how I've gotten to Ohio. Amongst all the other projects I've worked on, in 2015, I did a big effort for Stark County. They invited me back in just last year to do sort of an overhaul, a rethink, a refresh. It was interesting because in 2015, they brought me in, this shortages are coming. Well, Mike, can you help us, think this through? And we did this whole big thing. And then what happened? You got like an absolute deluge of opioid money coming at you, right? And the shortage never really quite took place. Well, I got a call back last year and a half ago from Stark saying, hey, remember that shortage we thought was coming? Well, now it really is. Can you come back and talk more about this? Since I've done that, I've worked with Licking and Knox. I've worked with Warren and Clinton County's board. I've worked with Muskingum. In fact, I just got a call back from them, so I might be going back out for more work there. So I have been around Ohio, rural, urban. One thing I will tell you, and this is important for ethics generally, but especially for you, there are no cookie cutters. Every board is different. You have your own personalities, you have your own pressures, you have your own supply chains, right? Some of you have nice, rich levies where you can just go back to the voters and say, hey, give us more. And they're like, yeah, sure. Others of you, not so much. So there are lots of differences across Ohio, and every one of these efforts needs to be tailored. It needs to take into account the particular environment, the particular context in which the decisions are made. And there's the 2025 Stark County refresh. All right, so starting now, okay, I have a few more slides I want to go through intro-wise, but starting now, you have a question, a comment, an argument, you make it. Don't wait for later, there's no Q&A. Yeah, there it goes. You see that? I invited a question and bam, go ahead.
My question is, being an attorney, ethics to me is we have a code of ethics. Can you give me an idea when you use the term ethics, what it means?
Yeah, attorneys are the worst at ethics. Okay? Even though like the majority of philosophy majors undergrad end up going on to be attorneys, okay? Like we are the feeder major for law schools. Yeah, it's an excellent question and it's a huge difference, okay? If you can put it in a code of ethics, it's not interesting ethically.
Okay.
That's baby ethics. Like don't murder. Okay. Like if you come to me and you say, well, I have a client who's a pain in the patoot and I was wondering if I could just knock him off. Right? And use the money for someone else. It'd be much better if we just killed this guy. If that's a question you're asking me, you shouldn't be asking me. Like, I'm calling the police. Like, don't do that. That's easy, right? So if it can be reduced to a sentence and put in a code of ethics, if it's ethics at all, it's baby ethics. But usually what it is not even ethics. It's usually just regulatory compliance. When I'm talking ethics, I'm talking about the principles that we want to use to guide our decision making and how they unfold in a real world situation. And that's not something it's not a question of whether or not you upheld the canons of the bar. Okay? It's a question of whether or not you did the right thing. Because the canons could be wrong. And even if the canons themselves are not wrong, the way you apply them could be wrong. It's to interpretation. Now we're going to start getting into an ethics discussion. Okay? So, excellent. I am not going to give you a set of rules to follow. And then you get to check a box saying, well, I didn't violate the rules, so obviously I'm ethical. You can do a lot of things that are perfectly legal, but absolutely unethical. Okay? By the way, you can do some things that are ethical that are also illegal. So law and ethics different concepts. The rule book, different concepts. Now, having said that, I don't want to overstate the case. Your code of ethics in your particular disciplines often do contain ethical commitments, okay? So for instance, if you're a social worker and you look up the, code of ethics for social work, there'll be all sorts of comments in there about, say, confidentiality. All right, so you understand confidentiality. I promise you that that code of ethics is not going to guide you in a difficult case. It'll raise more questions than it answers, okay? Just to give you and I don't want to digress because we got a lot to cover here, but just to give you an example, I had an ethics consult not long ago from a board similar to yours, although in Virginia, the boards often directly provide the services. They're not just financial pass-throughs, so they will actually run their own programs. But I get a call from a provider who says, Dr. Gillette, I need an ethics consult. Well, what's going on? Well, I have a client came in for a counseling session, and in the counseling session, she verified something that I already knew, which was that she was receiving supports from an outside psychiatrist. So which is her right to do, right? You go out, you get your own psychiatrist, and they're in the community, but now I'm getting my case management support and all of that through this organization. So I'm getting some mental health counseling through the organization. I've got an outside psychiatrist who handles my prescriptions. Client reveals to the mental health counselor, I'm pregnant. My psychiatrist who's prescribing benzodiazepines doesn't know it. I don't want anyone to know. I haven't even decided what I'm going to do with this yet. It's a brand new pregnancy. I want to talk to you about this. I'm pregnant. You're the only person in the world who knows this. I need some mental health counseling around this. Immediately, the counselor's like, okay, but you have a psychiatrist who's responsible for your prescription, who's prescribing benzodiazepines, which do cross the placenta. And you're telling me that your psychiatrist doesn't know. Should I or should I not disclose this to an outside prescriber? Or does your right to clinical confidentiality constrain me from releasing the information? Now that becomes a pretty complicated conversation. And it's not just going to be, well, HIPAA allows continuity of care and blah, blah, blah. It's actually going to have to do with the nature of the provider-recipient relationship, the trust that's been created there, the likely impact if you leak the information, the impact if you don't leak the information, the rights of the outside prescriber to know what he's doing, right? The rights of the client to maintain confidentiality. I mean, this gets complex. I promise you, you go to your social work code of ethics, it's not going to say, if a client discloses to you that she's pregnant on benzodiazepines, this is what you're supposed to do. That's where ethics gets started. Fair enough? Okay. All right. Excellent. Thank you. And keep them coming, right? All right. Any other questions right now? Okay. Context. I don't have to go over this because you know it better than I do, right? So we will breeze through this pretty quickly. But right now, you guys are facing some interesting potential problems. It's not 100% clear what the timing will be on all of this or how severe some of this will be, but there are reasons why we are having this conversation now. There are changes on the federal level regarding Medicaid eligibility, okay? Even if Ohio doesn't do anything about Medicaid expansion, Medicaid eligibility changes are definitely going to impact your clientele. So people will fall off Medicaid, and then they will be left without resources, and they're going to come to you and say, oh, what do? I don't get my Medicaid anymore. So changes on the federal level will filter down to the local level, toot sweet. Potential loss of Medicaid expansion, that's something that is going to be a discussion not just on the federal level, but on the state level. Potential alteration of block grant formulae, right? We're seeing just different ways in which the monies are being channeled. Potential loss of property tax revenue, right? If this thing gets on the ballot, although I'm told that even if it doesn't get on the ballot now, that doesn't mean it's dead, right? It just means that they've got another year to gather their signatures, okay? If you were to lose your property tax revenue, I've been following, since I do a lot of work in Ohio, I've been trying to follow the news a little bit. I have yet to see any credible discussion about what would replace the lost property tax. No one is saying we want to exchange our property tax for blank, right? That's going to fill in the gap. I've not heard that. I've just heard taxes are bad. So if you cut property taxes, I mean, I said it last night, we had a little group, a few people were there. I mean, you guys are screwed. I mean, you just are. I don't know how you're going to make up that deficit. Maybe someone has a bright idea we haven't heard yet. need to hear. Potential limits on access to levy funds. That's another sort of political issue that's brewing, right? Can you go out for replacement levies? Can you initiate new levies? You know, what is the structure of the levy going to be? And as far as I know, there are discussions about restricting your ability to actually add to the rate. And I don't know if this is true in Lucas, so I just put it out there. Probably not so much, but some of the localities I work with are also seeing regional initiatives that can really impact how local services are delivered, like the building of new inpatient settings, which would sort of change the landscape of where and how people get the services they get. So there could be local conditions that I'm going to learn about as I work with you guys as to what your pressures in this locality actually are. Why are we having this conversation? So if this sort of sets the stage for the need for the conversation, what are some of the ethical concerns that we might have here? Well, first of all, as stewards of public resources, it's always important to act consistently and transparently when spending funds entrusted to the organization. So you are a public organization, which means you do have a responsibility to be able to answer questions about how you spend your money. Not just because people have a right to sort of look under the hood for how you do what you do, but because you're spending their money. So they have a right to say not only why are you doing what you're doing, but why are you doing that to me? Right? So your decisions in the real world impact real people. And when you impact someone's life, that person has a natural hook to be able to ask you, why'd you do that to me? Right? The me is what gives them the hook. The why is the hard question to answer. Expenditures should match commitments and priorities. I've already mentioned this. The most ethical, I shouldn't say that. That's the wrong way to say it. It's not an ethical document. The document that has the most to do with your ethics is your budget, right? How do you spend your money? So I need to know that your expenditures are actually matching the commitments and priorities that you have set for this organization. During times of scarcity, decisions about how to spend resources become more difficult. So you have to say no to more people, and it's always uncomfortable to say no. And the obligation to demonstrate a rational approach to rationing is essential. Saying no is painful, and each answer must be justified. You don't get to say just because. Okay? Questions, comments, arguments? In response to these challenges, the Lucas County Board has secured my services to analyze and potentially revamp the process by which resource allocation decisions are made. The changes that we will discuss today are designed to increase accountability and utilization of resources and generate a fair system by which organizations can compete for limited resources, limited funding. And let me point out the word, well, you went to fair. Okay, good. Fair is an important word for me to underscore here, but that's sort of baked into the cake. What the other word I was going to underline here is compete. Okay, this could be the biggest change, folks, and it's one that could cause some heartburn. When an organization asks this board for money, you need to be able to assess the strength of that request. You then need to be able to compare that request to alternate requests that you have also assessed. And in an environment of shortages, you're going to have to say, this request beats out that request. If I can't fund both, at least not fully, maybe I'll partially fund one, fully fund the other, it's a competition. And I'm going to tell you right now, and there may be people in the room who actually represent some of the organizations that receive funding from the board, you're probably not used to competing, at least not for these funds. It is interesting to me that there are organizations that have to jump through hoops that are of unimaginable complexity to be able to draw down a grant somewhere else, and yet they don't want to give this board a clear budget projection. Why are you different than those other granting organizations? You should have the same stipulations, the same verification process, the same holding them to accountability as any organization out there that gives away money. And yet, at least it's my experience, maybe you guys are more Johnny on the spot than some of the others I've worked with. A lot of organizations get free passes because they're important in the community, and we've worked with them for 20 years. So they ask and we give. And then if they run out of money mid-year, because maybe they did a crappy budgeting job and they didn't know what was coming at them, we give them more. Okay, maybe they deserve that money. You need to be able to explain why. Maybe they don't. And you need to learn how to say no. So this is, I just want you to know, this is not happy, this is not comfortable, right? You wouldn't bring me in here if everything was peachy and rosy. So are we ready for that kind of hard-nosed discussion?
Just, I think as a board, when I say board, I mean the organization. This is gonna be probably more difficult than maybe any other board that I've been involved with, because I think as an organization, we have a tendency to definitely wanna be fair. We sit down with all providers, we talk, we try to, come to a consensus, we try to help where we can. So I think for everybody, this is gonna be a real mind shift. And it's gonna be extra tough because I'm not certain that I agree that fair should be the adjective or system.
Well, I will convince you that it should be, but it
As
might
opposed to
hinge.
equitable or.
Well, we're just gonna have to define our terms. I mean, so that's gonna be a major project today, is defining our terms. So if you think fair is different than equitable, then,
Yeah, I
we
think
just
they are
need-
different.
yeah, but, so we'll clean up the vocabulary.
And
I mean,
justifiable.
well, all the same thing.
So,
I mean,
okay.
ethically
All right.
justifiable.
Okay.
So yeah, absolutely. We're gonna have to, one of the things, I told you my training is in philosophy. One of the first things that philosophers do is define their terms. When I say the word X, this is what I mean by it. You might think something else and we could be talking right past each other, but if we clean up our vocabulary, we will know exactly where our agreements are, which may be greater than you think, but we'll also be able to identify our disagreements, which means we will laser focus on managing those issues. So yeah, vocabulary is gonna be huge, and I'm gonna clarify these terms, okay? Fair is a pretty loose term, right? People mean all sorts of things when they say fair. So yes, we're gonna do that in about 2 minutes. Go ahead.
We've done a little bit of this discussion, and a big pushback we get is the concept of choice.
Sure.
And I'm wondering if you could sprinkle that out, like how do we balance that? Because we'll hear a lot of like, well, a client should have choices, and
Ideally.
if they don't get this housing, but they want this housing, how do we reconcile this choice?
Look, you can make a choice. It doesn't mean that I have to pay for it. Okay, so yes, client, look, one major value that we all share, I'm going to assume because of the field we work in, is respect for individual autonomy. So individuals should not have to justify why they're exercising their choice. All other things being equal, they have a right to choose, okay? But that does not mean that the choice is unlimited. I mean, if I'm dying and I tell you, Elijah, provider of healthcare services in this community, before I die, I need to make a pilgrimage to Jerusalem. Should this board pay for my tickets? No, of course not. If I tell you that I want to live in your group home and I want to deal illicit drugs, should I be allowed to stay or should I get evicted? Okay, so choice absolutely is valuable, and we want to give people choices. But do not confuse that with the idea that somehow a choice that someone makes should be insulated from all of the natural consequences that are implied by that choice. If someone makes a choice, they have to live with the consequences of the choice. Now, you should not arbitrarily constrain someone's choice just because you have the power. You hold the checkbook, right? But there could be very legitimate reasons why you say, we don't do that here, or we can't do that here. Or if I give that to you, I have to say no to 3 other people for far more important things than you're asking for right now. So you know what, buddy? I respect your autonomy, but you also have to respect the fact that I have a professional standard of care that I have to uphold. I mean, if I came into your office and I said, look, I'm the patient, I get to make choices and I want a bottle of OxyContin, This is me asking for a bottle of OxyContin because I'm in a lot of pain and I really need some OxyContin. Are you gonna say, Mike, you got full mobility? You're looking good. Like why do you need the OxyContin? Or are you gonna say, patient choice, autonomy? You want it, you got it. So I don't wanna sound harsh in response to the question. I wrote my doctoral dissertation on autonomy. Okay? I value autonomy, but autonomy is not unlimited. When you begin to harm other people because of the choices you make, your choices can legitimately be constrained. So you should be granted the greatest degree of freedom that is consistent with a similar exercise of freedom for others. Okay? But when your decisions begin to impact others, those others have a legitimate basis for arguing that your behavior should be restricted. It starts with, I am extending my arm autonomously. I happen to be hitting you in the nose. Well, you get to say, well, Mike, what are you doing? And I say, well, I'm just acting autonomously. None of us would say, oh, well, it's autonomy. I guess he gets to keep doing it. Yeah. Right? Scott would have every right in the world to say, your autonomy ends when my nose begins. So how does that translate into this situation? In a world of shortages, when you're dealing with a zero-sum game, a choice you make to utilize resources for one person does result in harm accruing to somebody else. Right? It's a zero-sum game. There's a shortage. If it weren't a shortage, we wouldn't have this problem. But we do have a shortage. So if I decide to fund your services, I cannot fund yours. And then I have to ask myself, well, what do you get if I fund you? What do you get if I fund you? What happens to you if I don't fund you? What happens to you if I don't fund you? I'm going to have to make that choice. And you can't claim that you have a right to the resource. First of all, you don't. They're public resources. No one has a prior claim to them. We're not talking about taking away people's private property. We're talking about distributing previously unclaimed resources. Nobody has a right to it at the start of the story. They are well, there may be some funds, we'll get to mandates in a little bit. There may be some funds that are actually designated and restricted. But a lot of the funds you're dealing with are discretionary, which means no one has a prior claim to them. I'm not taking away anything from you if I choose to fund her. But I am trying to decide, okay, what are the implications of my funding choices? Because I can't do both. Yeah. I am.
My first question, and I'm going to use like video physics term, is we're talking priorities, is there a center of gravity, the most important thing in the discussion you're having? What's the most important thing? Or is
Yes, there is.
Important, nothing is important. So there's a center of gravity. The most important.
Absolutely.
Thing, okay. So it's not multipolar. There's one thing that is the most important.
Well, hold on.
Okay.
I mean, don't oversimplify. Is there a center of gravity? Is there one thing that carries heavier weight than everything else? Sure, but that doesn't mean, I mean, you want to stick with physics? Everything that has mass exerts gravity. Okay? Everything. Right? It's minute, but there's a gravitational field around my cell phone. Okay? So don't tell me or don't pin me down to there's only one thing you have to worry about. No. This is going to be multifactorial. However, different things will have different abilities to exert influence over the system. And there will be, we're going to have this argument in just a minute, there will be a core concept. There will be the black hole that exerts so much gravity that it influences everything around it. Absolutely. Absolutely. And we're already starting to have that conversation. Is it equity, fairness? What's the concept? In fact, let's just do it. Okay. So I have 3 opening cases, but I'm going to start with the one case that started this whole thing. This was a case from Alexandria that decades ago was sort of like the instigator of all of these conversations. So let me explain to you this. And this one actually came from, we don't have our DD friend here, do we, today?
No.
Okay. Well, this case in Virginia, IDDD and mental health and SUD and prevention are all sort of under one department. So this case, even though it's not a mental health case or an SUD case, just run with me. It's an ID case or a DD case. But this was the case that really sort of started things going. And I'd love to hear what you think about this. Mr. Z is a 19-year-old individual with intellectual disabilities who's been receiving specialized services through the school system in his locality. And Elijah, this case actually is going to be for you. Mr. Z has decided that he does not want to go to school anymore, and his family has been looking for appropriate assistance in the community. They have requested services from the Community Services Board, you guys, the equivalent, the analog in Virginia, the CSB, but funding is scarce. Mr. Z requires intensive supports, and the CSB has determined that it would prefer to use its resources for individuals who have no other options. Is it ethical to refuse to provide services to Mr. Z because he is eligible for school-based support until his 22nd birthday, through his 21st year? Now, I need to give you a lot more detail on this because that slide just doesn't tell you enough. So let me explain the scenario. Mr. Z is, as I point out, 19 years old. He has watched all of the kids he grew up with graduate from high school and move on with their lives, but he has not. And he's not happy about this. So he communicates, and he's living with his parents, and his parents are his primary care providers, that he's unhappy in school. This is going to be your autonomy issue, Elijah. So they show up at the CSB on Monday morning, and they say, look, do you have a way that we could respect Mr. Z's decisions? He doesn't want to be in school anymore. We can get him the services he needs in the community. Now, here's the wild thing, and you just have to believe me on this. Just trust me, okay? We had a slot in a program that was like tailor-made for Mr. Z. Now, he required intensive supports. So this was a complicated case, but we had a slot in a program that would perfectly match his needs, okay? Likelihood of success, very, very high. Eligibility to enter the program, 100%. And the greatest part about this was that there was a funding stream that we could use to put Mr. Z in that slot, like a waiver fund. But it's non-fungible. It's not just extra money we had lying around, we could throw it against Mr. Z. This was like a waiver slot that attached to a human being. So we would have to say, this money goes to Mr. Z to put him in this program, and then it would be dedicated funding for that purpose. This is a match made in heaven. Monday morning, everybody is thrilled. The Z's cannot believe their great luck that they came in and found this. Everybody is just gung-ho. The intake person says, all right. I got to make some phone calls, cross the T's, dot the I's. Listen, come back tomorrow afternoon. We'll sign some paperwork. We'll get this ball rolling. The Z's leave the CSB thinking, wow, we're so happy. Tuesday morning, before the Z's come back for their afternoon appointment, Mr. X shows up. Mr. X is identical to Mr. Z in every way. Same set of needs, same likely to benefit from being in that particular program, same eligibility to join the program, and remarkably, same ability to draw down the non-fungible resources that would support his participation in the program. Identical in absolutely every way, except for one. Mr. X was 25. Not eligible for school-based supports. The team is split. That's when I used to say my pager went off. That's how old I am. I used to actually carry around a pager. Now it's my cell phone rings. Dr. Litt, we have an ethics consult. We need to talk to you. Half the team says Mr. Z should get the resources. Half the team says Mr. X should get the resources. What do you say? What do you say? Yeah, you. I saw you listening. You're nodding your head. You understand the case. Do you have a question about the case before you give me your answer? Is there anything more you need to know, or do you have all the information necessary to draw a conclusion?
I would go with Mr. X.
You go with Mr. X. How many, I'm sorry, your name?
Sana.
Sana?
Senna.
Senna? Senna, sorry. Senna, I said, Mr. X gets the resources. How many people agree with that vote? How many people say, no, Mr. Z should get oh, we split the room. We split the room. So wait a minute, you say Mr. Z should get it?
Z should get it.
Make me an argument.
Simply because of the fact that he's 19 and he's still within that period of time. Mr. X is beyond that period.
Whoa. So if I want to make sure, because maybe you end up
Maybe I'm-
agreeing.
maybe I'm mixing.
Yeah, you're getting, so I need to decide, do I put Mr. Z, the 19-year-old, into this non-school-based program, which will require utilizing the resources that I cannot then split and use in any other way?
He is 19.
He is 19. Or should I put Mr. X into, and Senna says I should go with Mr. X, who showed up Tuesday morning. Okay? He should get it, and Mr. Z should be told, Elijah, I understand you don't like being in school and you have autonomy, but sorry, buddy, go back to school. So should Mr. Z, the 19-year-old, be enrolled in this program? Or should Mr. X, who showed up a day later, get put into that program?
And he is 25 years old.
Who's 25? So which one?
Mr. Z.
The 19-year-old. Why?
Simply because of the fact that he still has, he's within the catchment area of that, up to 22.
So he should stay in school?
Correct.
Oh, so you agree with Senna?
Oh, okay, then fine.
Okay, all right, yes.
Oh, I think that just clicked something else for me. I think I was looking at it a different way. So the service, the dollars that are allotted to this are
Yes.
for, only for in-school. Or
No,
they're not for in-school.
this is to get you out of school. This is a community-based program, so in this case,
Everything for me.
if we say, I just want to be clear, because Senna, I think this is probably what's in your head, although I hate to try to read your mind. If we say no to Mr. Z, he still has the option to go back to school. Now, he may not like that. This is Elijah's question about autonomy, but he still could access services through the school system. If we say no to Mr. X, he has nowhere else to go.
Correct.
So he will crash and burn.
Yep.
Okay, so Senna says, basically, I don't care if Mr. Z came first, right? Mr. X is the one who should get the resource. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah. I'm not sure now. Because my thought, Z doesn't want to go to school, but this is, and she was asking the same question. And just for clarification, this resource has to be done within a school.
No.
Okay, so no. So,
In fact, you couldn't use these resources for the school. The school has their own resources. They get funding from their own place, and they're required by law to continue to meet special needs of their students up until their 22nd birthday.
Mr. Z will actually get it because, well, first, he was first.
First come, first served, good.
And he's still very young, 22 is the cutoff. Though he was refusing, and he wants to be.
He wants to get out of school.
He wants to get out of school.
He does.
It's going to be the impetus to get him moving along.
Good.
But Mr. X is gonna crash and burn and disappear.
Well, Mr. X needs to find another pot of money.
There is no
X is not eligible.
Yes, that's the other thing.
He's not eligible for what?
He's 25.
Yes.
So he's not eligible for school-based.
Correct.
Right.
That's the argument.
Yes.
Period. So now let's take this.
Because we're crossing the i's and dotting the, or crossing the t's and dotting the i's.
Now that's a different argument.
He's gonna get it. Why are you now?
Okay, all right, oh, so we have three arguments. We have three arguments on the table right now, and I just want to make sure we distinguish between them because they're going to be more than three, right? One argument is going to be Mr. X crashes and burns if he doesn't get it. Mr. Z can go back to school. So I want to do what is going to save Mr. X, right? Well, hold on. So that's your position. Your position is, and these are going to be slightly different. Your position is Z was here first. I mean, whoever's in line first gets the resource. It's just a question of what order did you appear if it's first come, first served. So boom. Well, then we get to the third argument, which is it's not just a question of who showed up first. It's that I seem to have already made a commitment to Mr. X. I made him a promise. So now I'm supposed to break my promise to Mr. Z in order to provide something for Mr. X? I mean, if I'm going to do that, I should be making promises all over the place, right? So what about promise keeping? What about a commitment I've already made? Of course, we could ask the question whether or not come back tomorrow afternoon and we'll figure it out constitutes a promise as opposed to just an intent.
But you did say that for the intent, because you said we're gonna be crossing the t's and dotting the i's. Now, if you said, hey, we're gonna see if you're still eligible for this, whatever, come back tomorrow and we'll see what we can do for you, that is different.
Okay, I want to clean up one thing that you just said, though. Mr. Z is eligible. There is no doubt, and he will be eligible whether X shows up or not.
Yes, I still feel like there was a difference in how the intent. They made it as if, yeah, you're gonna get this, come back tomorrow so that we can sign you up or set you up. Versus somebody coming in and now saying, hey, I'm eligible. Okay, there's, could be plenty of people eligible at any given time, every day.
Sure, but now you've got an X and a Z right in front of you.
Yes.
So it's not some phantom, there could be someone else out in the world. It's actually a Mr. X that you're going to say no to. And you're comfortable saying, Mr. X, I don't care if you die, because you weren't here first.
I'm just saying, well, it's a decision that we can make, because we also don't know if Mr. X is gonna crash or burn.
Well, all evidence indicates that he will. We also don't know that Mr. Z will crash and burn if he is forced to go back to school. So this is what I said to you last night. You cannot wait until you have perfect information to make a decision. The worst doctor you can ever go to is going to be one who will not make a treatment decision until every possible diagnostic test is done. You will never get treated. You need to have enough information to make a reasonable assessment. You're not predicting the future, you're making an assessment based on the best information you have at the time. I am giving you more than enough information for you to make an assessment about what's going to happen to Mr. Z if you make him go back to school, or if you put him in the community, and what's going to happen to Mr. X if you choose not to fund his spot in the program. So, based on the best information you've got, what is the ethically most appropriate decision in this case? Your hand is up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that because you have made a commitment that that is somehow ethically binding. You could lose funding that night. And the next day, are you still committed to provide the service? There are a lot of variables that can change between saying, come back tomorrow and we'll handle you.
Correct.
And you are not bound to that. You have permission to edit yourself.
I love it. I love it. Now, I'm going to soften your position ever so slightly, but in a way that I think you're going to be happy with. And I don't want to get into this because we could spend a whole other day about the structure of moral reasoning, okay? But here's the bottom line. Any good argument you want to make has 4 parts to it. I'm not going to go through the whole description. But part number 1 is, what's my default assumption? All other things being equal, what would I typically do in a case like this? And that gives you moral inertia, right? It's never the case that arguments start with 2 equal positions. It will always be the case in the real world that one side or the other side of the argument will have a natural advantage at the beginning of the argument. There will be a ceteris paribus, and all other things being equal, a standard operating procedure, what your policy tells you to do. That's going to give an advantage to one side of the argument or the other. If we go with law, if you're charged with a crime, the assumption is at the beginning of your trial, before any evidence has been presented, there's a presumption of innocence. So you don't start a trial with, well, he could be innocent, could be guilty, we'll figure it out. You start with an assumption of innocence, which then gets you to part 2 of the argument, assigning the burden of proof. If there's a differential at the beginning of the argument, that means the side that is at a disadvantage, the burden of proof rests there. I don't have to prove why I'm going to do what I typically do, because it makes sense to everybody. But if you want me to depart from a typical behavior, you need to give me a special reason for that. In a court of law, the defense doesn't have to prove that the person did not do the crime. The prosecution has to prove that they did. They have to satisfy a burden of proof. Now, your argument, believe it or not, is exactly like that. I'm just going to soften it a little bit. I would agree with you that all other things being equal, we should keep our promises. So if a promise has been made, it's not like, gee, X or Z. I don't know. The advantage would be Z. You saw Z on Monday, you made a commitment to Z on Monday, you led them to believe that they have the slot, they have a reasonable expectation. Wow, that gives them a significant advantage in this, which you intuitively are latching on to. But your argument is, whoa. What if I could satisfy the burden of proof? Don't tell me that just because that's the initial assumption, it could never be overridden. If I lost all funding tomorrow, I'm going to go back to not just people who might get into a program, I'm going to go to people already in the program and I'm going to tell them, sorry guys, we've got to close this down. And they're going to say, well, wait a minute, you promised me that I'd get to live here for the next 10 years. And you're going to say, Yeah, but things change. In other words, there could be conditions under which a burden of proof is met that would justify overruling a prior commitment. Ooh, well then you can't just tell me we have to keep all our promises. And if I promise my kid I'll be home for her birthday party, and then my plane is grounded, my kid will say, Dad, you were supposed to be here for the party. And I'm gonna say, I know I promised, but I got stuck in Ohio. Horrendous, right? That would be just awful. So there will be, I like your argument. So now the question is gonna be, do the needs of Mr. X generate a sufficient justification for breaching what would otherwise be an operative moral commitment? And that's the question on the table. We have to answer that, right? And that's where I say your code of ethics doesn't give you that answer, but we can describe why that might or might not make sense.
If we have a tenant we can fall back on as payer of last resort, there is another option here for Mr. Z, right? And so like we even have more.
That's
ground
gonna
to
be,
stand on.
okay, I did not put this slide, I wish my laptop were actually hooked up because I would quickly find another PowerPoint where I could show you this slide, but it's not, so I'm gonna have to draw this. I wasn't gonna do this with you, but you guys seem like the kind of group that maybe would enjoy this, so. Okay. My Rawls friend in the back, don't cheat. Here's the deal. It'll be worth it, trust me. This is the movie theater example. Okay. All right, I just made up those numbers, so I hope I got this right, because I'm doing it in my head. Here's the story. Just play with me, okay? This will be fun. You'll like it. You and I are best friends, okay? We love each other dearly. We love each other's company. So we have a tradition where every month we go and we meet to see a movie together. Not that Hollywood's putting out enough movies these days of any quality that we should go every month, but let's assume we do. Every month we meet for a movie. After the movie, we go out, we get a cup of coffee, we talk about the movie. It's a great tradition. We've been doing it for years. This is like the core of our friendship. Really important to both of us. A storm comes through and blows the roof off our favorite movie theater. We are distraught because we love this tradition and we desperately want to continue it. Fortunately, we live in the great metropolis of Toledo, and there are 4 other movie theaters at which we could choose to meet to continue this wonderful tradition that matters to us. Now, I have to give you some simplifying assumptions here, and you just have to believe me when I tell you this is true. All the theaters show the same movies. The screens are the same size. The sound systems, identical. They all are beautiful stadium-style seating, comfy chairs, place for your cup. Perfectly comfortable. All 4 theaters identical in that way. Most importantly, popcorn tastes just as good in each of the 4 theaters as compared to any of the others. I want you to understand, you just have to accept this as a given, that the subjective experience of watching a particular movie in any one of these theaters is identical to the subjective experience of watching the same movie in any of the other theaters. Okay? Good. Hills are evenly distributed between each of the theaters in each of our homes. Neither of us has any sort of mobility challenge. So the effort it takes for me to walk a mile is about the same as the energy it takes for you to walk a mile. And remember, hills are evenly distributed. So it's not like one person's walking uphill and the other person gets to go downhill. Okay? Here's probably the most important simplifying assumption of all. You and I are equally exercise averse. Okay? We do not like to exercise. So I'm telling you that when we walk to the theater, there is built-in disutility in walking to that theater. It makes us unhappy to have to walk that distance. And the further we walk, the more unhappy we are. However, we are so happy to meet at the theater that it far outpaces the discomfort, right? And it makes it a net positive. So what I want you to understand, and you have to just believe me on this, is that the numbers I have put here, which are the miles that you would need to walk in order to get to a particular theater, are, all things considered, prorated unhappiness points. Every variable is accounted for in these numbers. So if we choose movie theater number 1, A has to walk 5 miles, B has to walk 5 miles. That's 5 units of disutility to each of them. But let's say we get 50 units of happiness by meeting, so it's worth doing. Here's the scenario. If we choose, and you get one choice and you have to live with it until forever. Right? If you choose movie theater number 1, A walks 5 miles, B walks 5 miles. If you choose movie theater number 2, A walks 8 miles, B walks 2 miles. If you choose movie theater number 3, A walks 3 miles, B walks 7 miles. If you choose movie theater number 4, A walks 4 miles, B walks 3 miles. Remember, these are prorated unhappiness points. Total disutility accounted for. Do not shout out your answer. I want you to think about it for the moment. Just one with the vocabulary for a second. You get to make one choice. You have to live with it until forever. And my question is this. Of the 4 movie theaters, which is the fairest movie theater for us to choose at which to meet? Now, do not shout out your answer. Think about it for a minute. I'm asking you what the fairest movie theater is to choose. You have to choose between 5 and 5, 8 and 2, 3 and 7, 4 and 3. Yeah, clarification, question.
So the numbers of happiness.
Correct. Correct. So these numbers indicate the disutility, the unhappiness generated by choosing any one of these theaters. These are the only 4 theaters you can choose from. You don't get to say, well, this month we'll go to one, next month we'll go to another. You get one choice, that's going to become the theater. The subjective experience of watching the movies is equal. So remember, these numbers account for everything. The flavor of the popcorn, the quality of the sound system, the hills between you and the theater. Everything is built into these numbers. And I want to know which is the fairest theater for us to choose at which to meet. 5 and 5, 8 and 2, 3 and 7, 4 and 3. Without shouting out your answer, by show of hands. That's what I said. How many of you vote for movie theater number 1? Raise your hands. Zip. Raise your hands nice and high if you choose movie theater number 1. All right, we got a handful. All right, put your hands down. How many of you choose movie theater number 2? Nobody. Oh, so this is an outlier. That's going to go bye-bye. Nobody votes for 2. Movie theater number 3, raise your hands. Okay. No. You said movie theater number 4. Oh, I just erased a number. That's a 3, that's a 4. So we have 5, 5, 4, 3. How many people vote for movie theater number 4? It looks like it might be a majority. Keep your hands up. Let me just see. All right, so it's between the 2. You can put your hands down. Now, if you voted for movie theater number 1, please put your hand back up. Keep it up nice and high. Do not take it down until I tell you to. I want everyone to look at these people. You know what these people are? Mean, spiteful, nasty little people. You do not want to be friends. Keep your hands up. I did not tell you to put them down. You do not want to be friends with these people. Oh, okay, you may now put your hands down. Why? Why would you choose movie theater number 1 rather than movie theater number 4? There's only one answer, and looking at you, I know the answer. Okay?
Why should I walk a mile?
Exactly! What's your name? Herb? This is Herb. If you look up spite in the dictionary, there's a picture of Herb. Herb is now willing to say, you know what, Mike? Here was my worry. I was afraid I was going to be person A. and I would have to walk 1 mile further than you would have to walk.
Yeah.
And it bothers me so much that your life is better than mine, that I am willing to make my life even worse than it has to be, just so your life isn't better than mine. That is just pure spite. That is called cutting off your nose to spite your face. That is called shooting yourselves in the foot. Herb says, I would rather live a worse life just so that your life isn't better than mine. Wow! But wait a minute, what's your name? Adrian. You know, Adrian, you don't look like her. Herb looks like a nasty, spiteful kind of guy. But Adrian, you look sweet. Okay, so this must be Adrian. Here's Adrian talking. Mike, I love you, man. And I was afraid I was going to be B. And my life would be better than yours. And because I love you so much, it bothers me so much that your life is better than mine, that I'm going to make your life even worse than it has to be, just so it's not better than mine. Okay, that's just irrational. I mean, that's just like for you, cutting off your nose to spite your face. For you, with friends like these, who needs enemies? Right? You're actually going to penalize me because my life was worse than yours. You're going to make it even worse than it has to be? Look, the bottom line here is there is absolutely no rational basis for choosing movie theater number 1 over movie theater number 4. And the only reason that you could possibly give me for that is that you're either spiteful or you're completely confused. So if we posit, and now we're going to have to start playing with some words. If we posit that the spoiler of fairness is bias, okay? Then if we remove the possibility for you to be biased, whatever decision a rational person would make without bias will be the fair decision. And if you think about it that way, a rational, if you don't know if you're A and you don't know if you're B, you know you're one of them, but I didn't tell you which one. So you were on it. If you knew you were A, you would come up with a fancy argument for movie theater number 3, and you'd probably believe it, right? You'd have a rationalization that says, well, actually, movie theater number 1 was the best. If you knew you were B, man, you'd be highly motivated to come up with some fancy explanation for why movie theater number 2 makes sense. You just ask people with a lot of investments whether or not capital gains should be taxed like other income. And then you ask the same question of folks who don't have any investments, and you will see how biased skews all of this. But if you don't know whether you have investments or don't have investments, and then I ask you, should we tax capital gains the same as regular income, and you don't know what that's going to mean to you, you're going to be forced to make a rational choice. Well, if you don't know if you're A or if you're B, if you're A, you're better off with movie theater number 4 than movie theater number 1. If you're B, you're better off with movie theater number 4 than you are with movie theater number 1. Why the hell would any of you choose movie theater number 1?
It looked equitable.
Well, it certainly looked equal. And so that's what we're going to have to unpack, is the idea that what is equitable and what is equal are two completely different things. And so whether you realize it or not, your intuition about the X and Z case is the movie theater example. Because what you argued was, if we say no to one of you, let me back up. Before I give you how it's the movie theater example, let me just define my terms. I'm going to skip 2 cases and we're going to get to these terms. There are what I will call the 4 E's of allocation. These are the potential values. You asked about a center of gravity. I'm going to give you your center of gravity right now, although I'm not going to say it's the only thing that matters. I'm just going to say it's the weightiest thing that matters. Okay? Efficiency. Everybody, not everybody, most folks, when they face scarcity, by the way, I'll give you copies of this PowerPoint, or Elijah, you already have it, so you feel free to share it with anyone who wants it. When we're faced with the scarcity, the first move that most people make is to increase efficiency. Right? They assume that if we just increased efficiency, we wouldn't have to say no to anybody. Okay, I'm going to disabuse you of that notion. As Americans, we are acculturated to believe that there is always a logistical solution to a shortage. Right? There's no such thing as a real shortage. The only reason there's a shortage is because there's too much waste in the system, or we haven't made it efficient enough, and if you just did your jobs better, we wouldn't have to say no to anyone. Right? We don't have enough money? Grow the economy. How do you grow the economy? Lower taxes. The math doesn't work. There will be times, like the X and Z case, where there are no logistical solutions. You literally have to choose between X or Z. But a lot of people run to efficiency first. Now, what is efficiency? A maximally efficient outcome is one that provides the highest ratio of output over input in a system. Efficiency does not consider the distribution of outcomes across recipients, but only the return on investment that's generated. If you want to talk about efficiency, all you care about is, if I invested $10, what did I get back for my investment? It doesn't even care about how you used the money that you generated. It just worries about whether or not there is a return on investment. I got news for you. You want to be maximally efficient as a mental health board? Stop serving people. Invest the money in a CD that earns 5% a year. You will be very efficient. But that's not your job, right? That's not what you're here for. But efficiency is really nothing other than that ratio of output over input in the system. If I invest 10 and I get 10 back, 100% efficiency. If I invest 10 and I get 5 back, there's drag in the system, 50% efficiency. If I put 10 in and I get 20 back, I've made profit, value added, 200% efficient system. But it doesn't care what I do with the resources. And it doesn't care what I did in order to generate the resources. Efficiency is important because we do want to maximize the utilization of the resources, but it cannot be an overriding value. Because frankly, if you want to be efficient, you should serve the least needy people in your catchment area. You will get the job done with a far lower investment. It's the complex individuals that require a lot of resources that will never be efficient to serve who actually need you the most. So efficiency is interesting, but not a center of gravity. You could move on to effectiveness. A lot of people want to move there next. So they will say a maximally effective outcome is one that maximizes benefit to the recipient of the resources or services in question, so as to bring about the greatest gain for the chosen recipient. When we consider effectiveness, we apply the economic principle of max, which means obtaining the best possible, best case outcome. So, does the winner win biggest? I'm trying to decide between X and Z. I would ask, if I give it to X or I give it to Z, which one of them will gain the most by being in that program? That would be effectiveness. But again, I gotta tell you, if you really want to be effective, target individuals who don't have very complex needs. Because for an efficient, small investment, you will generate really good outcomes. You'll be very effective. Is effectiveness important? Should we be looking at outcome measures? Should we be talking about sort of the gold standards and the evidence-based practice? Sure, we should. I'm not saying it's not important, but it's not a center of gravity. Third move, which is what slightly less than half of you in the room were fooled into believing mattered. Equality. An equal distribution is one that maximizes the degree of similarity of outcome for all recipients of goods or services. If you're measuring equality of outcome, you could also just talk about equality of input. I spend $10 on you, I've spent $10 on everybody. But you could be talking about output, right? If I secure a certain outcome for you, I have to secure the same outcome for everybody else, which, by the way, is impossible, okay? Because there's differential need and differential likelihood of success. So equality feels good, but not a center of gravity. People are not equal. Their needs are not equal, right? Their resources are not equal. That leaves us with equity. And that's what the movie theater example is meant to demonstrate. A maximally equitable distribution of goods or services is that which minimizes harm to the non-recipient of services or resources or services in question, so as to bring about the least harm to the least advantaged recipients. When we consider equity, we apply the economic principle of maximum. which means obtaining the best possible worst case outcome. In other words, you have to make a choice. There's going to be a winner, there's going to be a loser. Senate intuitively on the X and Z case said, I'm more worried about the bad things that could happen if I say no to someone, rather than the good things that can happen if I say yes. If I say no to Mr. Z, he's unhappy. He doesn't get to make the choice he wanted to make. But he goes back to school. His basic needs will be met. If I say no to Mr. X, who has no other options, he will crash and burn. So the equitable choice would be based on trying to make sure that the least advantaged person in your story is better off than the least advantaged person would be in any other possible story. When you choose movie theater number 4, there is a winner and a loser. But the loser in movie theater number 4 is still better off than the loser in movie theater number 1. Which means that even though this is an unequal distribution, it is a perfectly equitable one. And before I take hands on this, before I take questions, let me make sure you understand the concepts. So I want to show it to you in a couple of different ways. And I need to be cognizant of time because we'll probably take a break, I guess, before lunch. Person A and person B, or group A and group B. Yeah, you can move my water. 4 possible distributional schemes. In other words, we have set resources, right? It's not an unlimited resource. We have a set resource, and we can choose to distribute it in a lot of different ways, 4 different ways. Now, World Alpha. In World Alpha, when we distribute the resources, person A or group A gets 1,000 units of benefit, however you want to measure that. Okay? Good outcomes, attention from staff, bed space, whatever the resource in question is. Person A gets 1,000 units. They're 1,000 units better off. Person B gets 25 units. Now I want to point something out to you. World Alpha is the maximally effective world. The winner wins biggest. 1,000 units is better than 950, better than -5, better than 500. This is Maximax. Winner wins biggest. This is the maximally effective world. But most people look at World Alpha and they say, really? Why? What's with this disparity? You're spending all those resources on A and you're leaving B in the dust. That doesn't seem fair. I'm going to use the word fair because that's what common language would dictate. So they say, okay, effectiveness is not what we're after. So immediately they say, well, let's be efficient, right? Look at World Beta. Person A gets 950 units of whatever it is you're distributing. Person B gets 100 units. Now, 1,050 is greater than 1,025, right? It's greater than -12. It's greater than 800. Assuming we're putting the same investment into all 4 scenarios, your return on investment is the greatest in World Beta. You get 1,050 units of return on investment. It's an maximally efficient world. And yet people will look at that and they'll say, wait a minute, there's still this huge disparity. Like, how could it be fair that A gets 950 and B gets 100? So efficiency doesn't seem to be what we want. So what do we do next? Right? We revert to the most intuitive concept of them all, equality. Okay? World Gamma. I don't benefit anybody, but I harm them just about equally. In fact, if you want, I can make it dead on equal, right? -5, -5. Now, all I have to ask you is this. Would you rather live in a world where people are equally unhappy or unequally happy? World Gamma is the spiteful world. Why would you choose World Gamma? Nobody benefits, everybody's worse off, but you know what? They're pretty much equally worse off. So at least we can say is equal. Well, gamma is the equality world. But look at world delta. Person A gets 500, person B gets 300. There's still a disparity. Now, here's the punchline. If Mr. B on this matrix says, why is A better off than me? That's not fair. We can respond by saying, listen, B, the only world in which you're not worse off than A is a world where you're substantially worse off than you are right now. Now, is it really in your interest to move from world delta to world gamma? I mean, would you choose, if you were in world delta, would you choose to move to this? Oh, Herb would. That's the spiteful world. Okay? So, world delta is the most equitable world. Not the most equal, not the most efficient, not the most effective, but definitely, and now we have to play with our vocabulary, so I'll just exchange it, the fairest. It's the most equitable. Equity plays here. Why? Because the loser in this story is still better off than the loser in any other possible story. Z will be unhappy if he has to go back to school. X will die. Dying's worse than being unhappy. Give the resource to X. It's a sufficient justification for overruling any commitment you might have made. I'll give it to you, I think, in one other way. Oops. This is for the economists in the room. I want to explain this graph. You have your A-axis, you have your B-axis. There's a line here that makes a 45-degree angle. Economists very cleverly have labeled this the 45-degree line. That is okay. There's one other curve here you have to understand, which is this curve here. This is what we call the Pareto optimal curve. So Pareto optimality is maximal distribution. So you're giving away 100% of what you've got. You have left nothing in reserve. Okay? So I want you to understand that if I give more of what I have to A and less to B, well, let me back up. The 45-degree line is a connection of all of the plots of equal distribution between A and B. If you gave 1 to A and 1 to B, it would be a point on that line. 2 to A, 2 to B, so on. So this is the plot of all equal distributions between A and B. What that means is that any plot above the 45-degree line is a situation where you've given more to A than to B. Any plot below the 45-degree line, you've given more to B than you did to A. Anything on the 45-degree line is an equal distribution between A and B. The Pareto optimal curve is the horizon of your maximal distribution. If you give away 100% of what you've got and you give it all to A and none to B, you would plot a point at the intersection of the A-axis and the Pareto optimal curve. If you gave it all to B and none to A and you gave away everything you could, you'd plot a point at the intersection of the B-axis and the Pareto optimal curve. If you gave away everything you had equally between the two, you would plot a point at the intersection of the 45-degree line and the Pareto optimal curve. Do you all understand how this graph works? Here's the point. You are at point alpha. That is below the 45-degree line. It is obviously a situation where B is doing better than A. You still have some resources left over, and you have an opportunity to move from point alpha to point beta. You are clearly exchanging a point below the 45-degree line to a point above the 45-degree line. So you're taking a situation where B was doing better than A, and you're exchanging it for a situation where A is doing better than B. But I want you to notice something. Even though, when you look at these points, there is clearly a huge incremental increase for A. You've moved that far up the A-axis. Point beta is still a little further out the B-axis. So A is the greater beneficiary of this move, but B also benefits. Not as much, but there's benefit. Should B complain about moving from point alpha to point beta? I lost a friendship in high school over this. because a friend of mine was very upset. She got an A on paper. And then she found out that a lot of students in that class got A's. She was pissed. Because somehow her A was watered down because other people also got A's. And I was like, you got your A. Why are you begrudging other people theirs?
Was it her? Was her
It
name
was
her?
her. Yeah, it was her. Moving from alpha to beta makes sense for both parties. There's nothing unfair or unequitable about doing it. In fact, this equity demands this shift if it's available to you. The only place where equity and equality could converge would be on the Pareto optimal curve, because that's a zero-sum game. If you happen to be here and you have the opportunity to move here, now B can complain, because B would say, whoa, 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 in order to benefit A, you're taking away something from me. But can A complain if you were at this point on the Pareto optimal curve and you had the chance to go there? Zero-sum game, you're taking away something from me that benefit someone else. This is the only hard part where equality and equity could converge. Inside the Pareto optimal curve, it's a no-brainer. A fair approach to rationing is one that seeks to maximize benefit to the least advantaged member of the group. Once minimum standards are met for everyone, additional resources should be used to improve the situation of those who are least advantaged. This is equity talking. Therefore, we could conclude rationing a public resource, and this is public, this is not private property, you're not going to steal from someone. Okay, so public resources. Rationing a public resource is morally justified if and only if, one, there actually exists a shortage of the resource in question. Don't say no unless you have to. And there's an identifiable victim of a failure ration. In other words, if you sit on your hands and do nothing, someone's going to get hurt. Non-action is action. I learned this when I was in politics. I was a local elected official for 12 years. And I would win arguments by using what I call the forced action principle. I want to create a scenario where if you don't make a decision, it constitutes a decision in my favor. If you don't choose by this deadline, I will assume that you are agreeing with this position. Forces you. That means that if you don't act, you're agreeing with it.
Would you call that a forcing function?
Yeah, call it a forced action principle, but yes, it's a forcing function. So if you don't act, somebody gets hurt. And the victim of the adopted rationing scheme is disadvantaged less than the victim of any other rationing scheme, including the lack of rationing altogether. In other words, you need to engineer a situation where the person who is left as the least advantaged person in the story, better off than the least advantaged person would be had you made any other decision. In an environment of true scarcity, our goal must be to minimize the harms done rather than maximize the benefits received. In allocating scarce resources, our only concern on the lower end is to satisfy minimum standards of care. Questions, comments, or? Yeah.
Is this functionally a wicked problem? I've heard that term used. A wicked problem. Is
Wicked
one
problem?
where there's no good answer.
No, there's a good answer.
I haven't seen the movie.
No, you're saying. You're saying there is a bad answer because no matter what, I got an A, but I didn't get an A.
Yeah, but that's just because you're.
That's still a bad answer.
I mean, I hear your question. I hear your question, right? If we go to the movie theater example, might you want to say, oh, there's no good answer. Someone's going to be upset no matter what you do. The fact that someone's upset doesn't make it a bad answer. Okay? So, well, they're wrong. I mean, they are demonstrably wrong. You can disprove their position. I mean, that's why when I say, B, do you really want to move to world gamma? And B says, yes, I do, because I don't want A to be better than me. I'm not going to say, well, there's no good answer to this conundrum. What I'm going to say is there is a good answer. B doesn't get it. He's wrong. B is wrong if he thinks that gamma is better than delta. He's being irrational. He's discriminating based on his own personal vendetta. He's acting spitefully. Those are all things that people can do, but it doesn't justify the actions. So we talk about this often in ethics. It's an excellent question. People, well, you're running at me with a knife and you're going to kill me. And the only way I can't run you're a guilty aggressor, I'm an innocent victim, I'm stuck, you're about to kill me. The only way I could protect myself was by using lethal force. And I do it. I would not say, gee, there was no good answer in that case, because isn't it a shame now that, I'm sorry, Dan is dead? What I would say instead is, sure, it's sad that Dan's dead, but it was the right answer to kill in self-defense. Like, that was morally justified. It was a good answer. Happy and appropriate are completely different concepts. So I'm not suggesting you're going to make everybody happy. There will be losers and they will be unhappy. But you can justify why, even though you've made them unhappy, you did the right thing, which means there is a right answer.
Which is the operational definition you have to start with, right?
And I'm giving it to you as equity. I'm giving you equity as the concept that is rationally defensible and should be guiding your decisions. And Senna, I don't know if you have already contemplated all of these possible graphs, but your answer to the movie theater case is based on this. Because what you're arguing is the loser, who also happens to be the winner here, is still worse off than the loser here. And the same exact reasoning is what impacts the Z and X case. Will Z be unhappy if he is forced to go back to school? Yes. Will he be able to say, oh, but I'm autonomous and I don't want to be in school? Sure, he can say it. But does that mean we were wrong when we said, but X will be dead if we don't give him the slot? So we have to protect X from a far worse outcome than we're protecting Z. That is this argument. Yeah.
When you set these thought problems up for us, you're giving us a ton of information that in the real world we won't necessarily have. Some of this counterfactual stuff like, I know that X is going to die if I don't do this.
I already answered that question now. You never wait for full information before you make a decision. That would make you absolutely inoperative. You make assessments based on the best information you have. So it is definitely true. I'm granting you this. You need a lot of information, and you should not make these decisions just it feels good in my gut. What you need to be able to say is, here's the information I used when I made this choice. And it might turn out ultimately that information was flawed, but it was the best information I had available to me at the time, which is precisely why, Dan, we're engaged in this project. And this is where the rubber meets the road. And you might or might not like this, but remember, just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's wrong. Organizations will ask you for money to perform a function. You have to decide, this organization performing this function, does it result in a situation based on my professional judgment, based on the information I've got, where the throughput to the individual served will result in an equitable outcome? If the answer is yes, fund it. If the answer is no, don't. And you're going to say, well, how do I know for sure? I'm going out on a limb. You can disagree with me if you want. You don't have enough information right now to know if you're making those decisions as a board. As a board, you are rubber stamping a bunch of stuff without looking under the hood. So frankly, you're just going like, yeah, it feels good. This whole project would be designed to generate a process for requesting funding that will require of those requesting funds that they communicate to you the information that you need so that you can make a rational assessment of the likely impact of that funding decision. You need to know what their budget looks like. You need to know what population they're trying to serve. You need to know how effectively they do their jobs. You need to know if they have the resources to be in business a year from now, or if you've just flushed your money down the toilet. You need to know if they're honest with you and they actually do what they say they're going to do when you give them the money, or do they pull a bait and switch and you give them money for X and they end up spending it on Y? There are a lot of things you need to know. You'll never have certainty because, as you even pointed out in your own argument before, that something could change. So your assessment was off because something unexpected happened. Okay, All right, I can live with that. What I can't live with is, I don't know why I did it. Or better yet, I can't live with, well, I gave him the money because I like him. Or I gave him the money because, oh, I'll take some political heat if I don't give them money. They're connected in the community and the mayor will call me. Or we've been doing it for 20 years, so come on, let's just keep going. Inertia's got its thing. None of those are equitable answers. Unless, by the way, the pressure you get from the mayor is so great that if you don't fund this program, city council is going to cut off all your funding, in which case you won't be able to serve anybody. At that point, you might say, this is a bullet worth taking. Not because I'm buckling to political pressure, but because I recognize that politics plays and that I need to make decisions that actually are calculated to generate equitable outcomes. Was there a hand up? No, she's just no.
You're kind of going back to, if we're allowed to argue, which you said we were.
Yeah.
Kind of going back to, if a political entity says do X, right? You know that's not the best thing to spend the money on. So it is a wicked problem and it's a wicked answer because you gotta spend the money on something you don't want to. You're not gonna be happy, but you're happier than it going out of business, but you're still doing something that is not toward the center of gravity, I love that term, right? How does, that is a wicked problem, you're going to have to make decisions you're not satisfied with in this model.
Yeah, but not being satisfied is not the same as a bad decision. I mean, it's still a good decision, it's still the right decision. I mean, I might be on a road where I decide, I'd really like to drive all over the place, but if I drive on the left-hand side of the road, I'm going to get clipped by oncoming traffic. So I'm unhappy about the fact that I have to be constrained to the right-hand side of the road. But guess what? I'm going to do it. And even if I'd love to be off-roading, I recognize that the right decision right now when I'm on a city street is to be on the right-hand side of the road. Is it the one that if I were king of the world, would I change? Maybe. But I'm not king of the world, and I have to live within the world that has actual real-world constraints. So I have to make decisions that, look, what you're basically saying, and I would agree with this, when resources are scarce, you have to make hard decisions. And people are going to be unhappy. Fine. I get that. I agree with that. I'm not going to run away from that. I'm just not willing to go so far as to say that an uncomfortable decision or a hard decision or a sad decision amounts to being the wrong decision. I mean, personally, I'll disclose to you, if I can do this without tearing up. Last week, I had to put my dog down. 13-year-old gorgeous collie. Looked like Lassie. Smartest dog I've ever had. This dog, we would go hiking. She was off lead constantly. We went to Idaho and hiked in the Sawtooth Mountains. She was off lead 3 days, in and out of tents and up and down mountains. I mean, I love this dog. But she was just suffering. It was hard. I still feel awful. I mean, I'll start crying right now if you show me a picture of Sophie. But did I make the wrong decision? No, I made a tough decision in a bad situation. Do I wish that Sophie could have lived to be 18? Sure. But not like that. And so I had to make a hard choice. Hard choices are not wrong choices. And I love your question because I got news for you. You listen to me, you're going to have partners in the community who are angry. They're upset. And they're going to call you and they're going to say, what the hell were you thinking? And my answer is going to be that if you can't tell them what you were thinking, they have every right in the world to be upset and you should be embarrassed. But if you can tell them what you were thinking, well, then you're clean. It's still sad, but you did the right thing. In fact, last night there was a small group of folks and I told this story, so I'll tell it again. And I really, we're just going to go to lunch and then we'll take a break another time. I was on city council for 12 years. I was mayor of the city for 4 years. When I got on council, we had a tax abatement program for low-income and elderly people. It was something that the state had allowed. In Virginia, we're a Dillon rule state, which means that we can only do things that the state enables us to do. While I was on council, the state changed the eligibility requirements. So they opened them up, they loosened them, so that more people at higher levels of income would be eligible for tax relief. Of course, the state doesn't give you any funds to do this, so it's localities always get the short end of the stick. So, eligibility has now been loosened. Council decides we don't have money in the budget to just cover the additional people, so the allocation that we provide is going to stay the same. Now, if you have more people applying for a fixed set of funds, the math doesn't work. When I looked at the matrix that was used to determine how much tax relief each citizen could get, I quickly realized that it did not make sense from an equity position, that people who had more resources were actually getting more relief. It only looked at like earned income, it didn't look at net worth and all the other resources someone might have. So I convinced my fellow council members, based exactly on this reasoning, that we needed to rejigger the matrix so that the greatest amount of tax relief would go to the most fiscally stressed members of the community. And we would titrate it down as they became less and less fiscally stressed. So at a certain level, you would get 100% tax relief. At the next level above that, you'd get 75% tax relief. And then we would go all the way up, and at some point, we'd run out of money. And I don't care if the state said you were eligible to apply, we don't have the resources to start throwing tax relief to these people that are just marginally within the eligibility requirements. I was able to convince my fellow council members to make that change, and we did it. Wouldn't you know it, I get a phone call from an irate constituent on the phone. Councilman Gillette, why did you take away my tax rebate, my tax abatement? Now, I could have been mean and said, excuse me, you don't own a tax rebate. This is not yours, right? So for you to think that somehow you had a right to this is already off. I didn't go there. What I said to her was, ma'am, very sorry that you're facing some fiscal stress. I know this is difficult for you, and I feel badly that you are in a difficult situation. But I can promise you this. If you're getting less tax relief this year than you got last year, it is because there are people in this community who need the tax relief more than you. She did not like that. Her name was her. No, she did not like that. When I explained my position, you don't like it, don't vote for me again. But this is what is ethically appropriate. And in fact, I got elected 2 more times. So, not by her. But you know what? I wasn't going to change my position just to earn her vote either, right? Like this is what I believe, and if you don't like what I believe, and this is where politics actually matters, and it's a good thing. If the community did not like my thinking, they should not have reelected me, right? Like I deserve to lose, and that's democracy in action. So I'm going to be what I am. I'm going to tell you my principles. I'm going to give you the argument for why I'm doing what I'm doing. If you don't like it, vote me out. But if you like it, I mean, even if it makes you unhappy, if you realize it makes sense, then I'm right. That's what this is, and you're going to have to say no to people. It's going to make them unhappy. Yeah.
So in that situation, you maximized what A had, but it was at the expense of B. In every other situation, B wasn't worse off. They just weren't, or sorry. In every other situation, you were able to maximize A without making B worse off. So are you saying it's okay to make B worse off to make A better off?
It is.
In some cases.
In some cases, well, we have to be really careful. That's why. Whoops. That's why I put in bold all caps, public. And actually, this is where your argument's going to come back. And it might really be powerful. The not necessarily the first come, first served argument, but definitely the prior commitment, I made a promise argument, that will come back. And it will come back to play. I mean, it's not just an aside. That's actually going to be a very valuable position. I could argue that if I have already made a commitment to you such that you have a reasonable expectation that that's what you will receive, that taking it away from you is not something I can do, okay? But we're talking about allocating public resources year over year. We're talking about macro allocation. And the mere fact that an organization got funding last year does not generate a commitment that it will get funding in the next year. I do agree with you that there could be a problem if mid-year you decided, we're just gonna reshuffle. So even though I promised you, that even though this was your budget allocation, halfway through the year, forget that, we're gonna take that away from you. I do think that would be an ethical problem. I also think there's another way that that becomes an ethical problem, specifically for mental health boards. In the old days, you probably haven't had this for a long time. In the old days, we used to have like residential SUD programs that would go for like 13 weeks. Okay, or 16 weeks, a long residential stay. Those things were getting cut, right? So we don't have those anymore. But imagine we had one of those. So I admit you into a residential program that advertises you got 13 weeks of this kind of support. If all I worry about is equity in a very strict way, okay? Let's say you are 6 weeks into, I'm going to give a 12-week program so the math is easier, right? You're 6 weeks into a 12-week program. Someone shows up in crisis. Clearly, you already had 6 weeks of treatment. You're more stable than the person who's actively in crisis. So if my resources are slim, what I might choose to do on an equity basis is kick you out of the program in order to let this new person in. Their acuity of need is higher. Okay? So I kick you out of the program I promised you, a 12-week program, in order to get the new person in crisis in. That person is now in the program for 3 weeks. And a new person shows up in crisis. Well, someone who's been in the program for 3 weeks clearly is more stable than someone who's in crisis right now. So I kick the 3-weeker out in order to make room for the new person. Then it's a week and a half. Then it's 5 days. Then it's, right? And what would clearly happen if we just, with blinders on, went for equity, is we would only be able to target the most acute needs that are the most emergent. And everything else in our budget would go away. Okay? But here's the problem. This board is mission driven. And the purpose of the board is not just to do acute crisis interventions. You have a comprehensive set of services that you are, by mission, and maybe even by mandate, required to satisfy. So you need to be able to sequester portions of funding for different types of services that are essential for you to satisfy the reasonable expectations that people have, while also utilizing equity within each of those clusters to make decisions about how you're going to fund programs that meet those identified goals. If we were to simply look at acuity of need, prevention would go out of existence. But prevention can't go out of existence, which means you need to figure out what portion of your budget you want to put in a separate pot for the prevention folks to compete for, because they'll never be able to win in a competition against your crisis intervention team. There's one. Yeah.
I think my colleague here had his hand first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question because I'm looking back at Annie's question and then our scenario of Z and X. And I'm wondering at what point do we decide with X that the system failed him and that the resources should go to Z because X needs to be fixed? At what point do we have that discussion of he's not getting the funding because at this point he hasn't succeeded in the system? Yeah, sure. Yeah, he's 25. He hasn't succeeded in the system. So we won't blame him, we'll blame the system.
I love it.
Until we fix that, this person gets the resources because we can't keep chasing good money with bad, right? When do we have that conversation?
I love it. You should be having that conversation all the time, but not with me.
Got it. So how we talk about equity then? Because
go lobby in Columbus.
But the system, no, I don't mean the government system. I mean our system.
Oh well, if you're the problem, fix it.
I mean, like the provider, like he's in a program. The program obviously didn't work for him. Is it him or is it the program? Right? He's 25. The system didn't work for him. Is it a him problem? Is it a system problem? And if it's a system problem, maybe the money should go to the younger person to give them an opportunity.
Well, no, you don't penalize Mr. X because he was already let down by the system. That's chasing bad outcomes.
What is his problem?
But you should stop funding the organization that has a crappy system.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so I got to answer your question at three levels, right?
Right.
First of all, I want to talk about jurisdiction. Okay, so you're a board that has a particular job to do. There may be things happening in Columbus with which you disagree. But nevertheless, that's just the reality of your environment. I mean, we all wish we had unlimited resources, right? I mean, the things I could wish for, I wish I could fly. If I could fly, I mean, like, fly, then I wouldn't need to walk. But guess what? Humans don't fly. And I gotta live with the world in which I'm given, which is, I got feet, I don't have wings, right? So I just have to make practical decisions given the environment in which the problem presents itself. So if the systems problem is capital S system, you can complain about that all you want, but you have it's above your pay grade, right? And you don't get to change that. Now, maybe you should be lobbying in Columbus that you are against this change or you're in favor of that one. Whatever. Go ahead, lobby your little hearts out. But the bottom line is, you've given this amount of money and you've given this mission, and you need to make those ends meet. So answer number one to you is, if it's a capital S system problem, there's a point at which it is just built into the environment, and you have to make the best ethical decision you can in the actual environment in which you're living. That's the difference between clinical ethics and even medical ethics or bioethics. I do clinical ethics for a living, right? So a patient comes into the hospital uninsured, has all sorts of problems, and we need to decide how are we going to treat them. And someone will invariably say, it's just not fair that they don't have insurance. We should have better universal coverage in the United States. If we had universal coverage in the United States, this would not be a problem. We'd be able to get her into a nursing home, no trouble. And my answer is, okay, that's very nice in your fantasy life, but we're living in a world where there is no universal coverage. So we still need to know what to do with this patient right now in front of us in a world where she is uninsured. So answer number one is, if it's big level systems, it could just be above your pay grade, and you need to put your head down and get the job done given the realities of your world. If it's lowercase s systems issues, we gave a lot of money to a program. They were supposed to meet this need. This guy fell through the cracks. I want to ask exactly the question you're asking. Did he fall through the cracks because he made a volitional choice to walk away from services, in which case he lives with the consequences of his choices? Or did the system actually fail him? And if it turns out that that provider routinely takes money from us, and we can demonstrate that their success rates are abysmal, and I don't just mean low because that's arbitrary. I mean, compared to other similar providers, they seem inept. They're unable to actually generate the outcomes with the resources that other partners in the community are successfully able to achieve. Then I would argue, stop giving them money. Take all their money and give it to their other people in the community who are doing a better job at it. That's precisely what we're talking about today. Right? Is that you need to be able to assess the quality of the service that is being delivered, and you should make funding decisions that are informed by those assessments. And then there's the third level, which is poor Mr. X, poor Mr. Z, like they're human beings and they're both staring me in the face. What do I actually do? That gets me back to the phone call I got from my constituent, where I'm going to have to say, Z, I'm really sorry. But we realize now that there are greater needs in the community than yours, and we're going to have to utilize our resources to meet those greater needs. So you have another couple of years. We'll put your name on a wait list, and hopefully by the time you age out of the school system, we'll have something for you. I can't even promise we'll have that, but right now you can go to school and X can't. So we're going that way. Although I would soften it by your argument. If Z had already gone to the group home and was living there, and X showed up, I don't think we'd be able to kick Z out of the group home in order to make room for a new X. I think at that point we would have to say the environment in which we're operating has been locked in. That resource is no longer available. So although you might wish that you knew about X 3 weeks ago before you put Z in the program, you didn't. You made the best decision you could at the time, and now you've generated a firm commitment. Z's already enrolled in the program. Now what you could do, this is the difference between micro and macro allocation. What you could do is you could say, I've seen enough X's now that are going without service because we're routinely preferring Z's. You know what? Moving forward, we're changing the rules of eligibility. So I'm not gonna rip you out of the program that you've already been enrolled in, but I am gonna say, starting next year, one of the key questions that we will ask when we determine whether or not you're eligible is whether or not you have alternatives. And if you have alternatives, you are lower on our priority list. If you don't have alternatives, that will raise you up. And I got news for you, even on the macro allocation level, the budgeting level, you should be asking the same question. If 5 organizations want to run, I don't know, they all want to do case management services. But you only need 3. Don't fund 5.
That was my point.
Yeah, just stop funding 2 of them and use those resources, reallocate those resources to something that's far more necessary, right? So on the budget level, you have to watch for redundancies and you want to avoid funding redundancies, but you have to be very, very careful about that. And this is all in PowerPoint, we'll have to come to it later. We're going to continue this after lunch. You have to understand redundancy very carefully. Redundancy doesn't just mean 2 people are doing the same service, because it's possible that 2 people are doing the same service, but there's still not enough of that service in the community. You also have to recognize that you have to plan for maximum demand periods, because demand will ebb and flow. And if you only generate sufficient supply to meet minimal demand, when a crunch comes, you're going to run short. So you often need to plan some excess in the system to be able to handle the higher capacity needs when they come up. So redundancy needs to be understood as true excess of supply given all of the needs of the community. If there's true redundancy, you're wasting your money. Yeah.
At some point, we're gonna get down to this, I haven't gone through your slide yet, but we will get to the place, we come up with center of gravity is equity. That's what we're positing here, right? That equity, am I correct? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. We drill down and we say it's AB plus C, we come up with our calculation. Are we going to get to the place where we create functioning, forcing functions that prevent us making decisions, or the organization making decisions that are then gonna bow to systemic pressures? There was a fire here, and we now need to house these people. We don't have any money for it because it's going, because ... Or the only agency that can house them is, I'm making all that up.
Sure.
But you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, look, reserves for contingencies are perfectly ethically justifiable. Okay, so when you set a budget, you don't want to hold so much in reserve that you're not meeting, that you're not doing anything. But it's perfectly reasonable to say, I don't know what the problem is, but on average, in any given year, there'll be a problem that costs X amount of money. So you decide, I'm going to have a reserve for contingencies. You should have an operating reserve because cash flows are not steady. So having an operating reserve is not a problem. You also know that eventually the HVAC system is going to die. So having a capital reserve where you can start to bank money to prepare for an expense that you know is going to come at you in the future, perfectly ethically justifiable. And you should have a contingency reserve, a reserve for contingencies that says, I don't know what the emergency is, but I always want to have 10% in the bank just in case it hits the fan. Those can all be perfectly ethically justifiable reserves. But if you're running on a 5-year annual budget surplus because you're just worried that maybe someday the sky will fall, now you're failing to meet the current needs, that's not going to be ethically justifiable.
I'm not articulating this well, and I know we're running out of time. Mine is more of a, you set the money aside, kitchen table economics, we got lots of money for all this stuff, that's fantastic.
Sure.
It's ethical, great. I'm saying if something comes in and the external pressure, we talk politics, tries to force the organization to make decisions which are the least good of all the choices, can there be mechanisms deployed, developed, implemented that will make it more difficult for the organization to be pushed down roads it does not wish to travel?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. If you adopt an equity-based process, you will be able to explain to the powers that be why you're doing what you're doing. They might not like it, but you will be able to stick to your guns. On the other hand, they could have the power to make it a mandate, and a mandate's a mandate, and so you have to do mandates. So if they mandate it, you don't have to like it, but you're going to have to do it. Let's get to it. I'm going to run for another few minutes, and then we'll just end a little bit early before lunch, so that, because we skipped the break. But just Stick with me. Let's get to it. Let's do this. If I were writing a micro allocation algorithm, which I did, you want an algorithm, you like algorithms, so I'm gonna give you an algorithm. I'm gonna start with exclusionary criteria. In other words, we're gonna rule a bunch of people out from eligibility for our resources. Not because we don't think they have needs, but because their needs aren't the things we satisfy, right? If all you wanted to do was save the greatest number of people, close your doors, take all your money and send it to family relief. You'll save a lot more lives than you're saving in Toledo, Ohio right now if you just gave all the money to family relief. But family relief's not your thing. That's not what you're here for, right? That's not what taxpayers give you dollars for. So you can legitimately say, could I do more good somewhere else? Sure, but it's outside of my bailiwick. So what we want to do is exclude folks from consideration. This is microallocation. This is the X and Z stuff. If you're not a constituent, I don't care. Someone from Wisconsin comes and says, I hear you guys do really good work in Ohio. I want to be in your group home. You're going to say, go talk to your Wisconsin people. We don't do Wisconsinites. We do Ohioans. You don't even do Ohioans. You do Lucas County. Okay? Inappropriate requests. Right? I have developmental disabilities and I want to be in your mental health program. Do you have a need? Yeah. Are you a constituent in my political subdivision? Yeah. But you're asking for services that we don't offer? No. So I would rule people out. First move in allocation, exclusionary criteria. Who's not even under my consideration? Now, after I've defined my pool, by ruling out folks, there's going to be a lot of people in that pool. And I have to decide what order to pluck them out of the pool. Because at some point I'm going to run out of resources, and whoever's left in the pool doesn't get it. So what's my first priority? Okay, we like this. We like this. Prior commitment. I've already enrolled you in the program, I'm not going to pull it out from under you. So I've made you an actual promise, which is more than, hey, this is looking good. It's got to be, yep, paperwork signed, contract in place, you're in the program. It's going to be hard for me to say, I got to kick you out. So let's just satisfy that. If I still have money left over after I do that, I'm going to look for serious need, and that is going to be defined in a twofold way. Imminent risk of serious harm and no alternatives to mitigate that harm. Z had he had serious needs, but he had alternatives. X did not. X would move up the list. If I meet the needs of all the people at that level and I still have money left over, notice that's the equity argument. Once I've satisfied equity, if I still have resources left over, now I'm going to worry about efficiency. I'm trying to stretch that boundary, right? Efficiency comes after equity. So now I'm going to choose the people that I think I can serve efficiently from that pool and pluck them out. If I still have resources left over, now I'm getting in la-la land. Like I still have money left over. I'm now going to start looking at effectiveness. Okay, who's left in the pool that I could really make a difference for? Get those really good outcomes. Pull them out of the pool. If I still have money left over, comparative need. It's not serious need, right? It's not imminent risk, but there are a lot of important needs that are not life and death. So let's go back and look at the pool and see if there's a qualitative difference between your need and someone else's need. And I'll pull the person who has the higher need based on professional judgment. Okay, pull them out of the pool. If I still have money left over, which you definitely won't, but if I still have money left over, at that point, everyone left in the pool has been sliced and diced in every way imaginable. Okay? I can't differentiate between them anymore. They have equal need, equal lack of alternatives or alternatives. Everything is, they're equally effective, equally efficient. I mean, there's no way to differentiate between who's left in the pool. At that point, equality and equity seem to merge. They're absolutely equal. There's no way to differentiate them. Now I'm going to choose random selection. And it just turns out that as Americans, we're pretty comfortable with one version of random selection, which is first come, first served. Right? It's actually not random. Educated, wealthy people get on the wait list faster than low-income, unconnected folks. So there actually is a bias towards the wealthy and connected and educated folks if you go first come, first served. But it might be negligible enough, and we're comfortable enough with waiting in line that maybe that's the way we'll go once we're down to that level. But this is micro-allocation, right? And we're not here to talk about micro-allocation, so we're going to breeze through it pretty quickly. Go ahead.
My question is there a built-in bias to the prior commitment because the folks that already in the system that clearly have political connections, are, very well ingrained, know how to, the system
Sure.
functions. At the same time, and I think I mentioned this in different meetings in the county, the demographics of the county are changing, and the
Good.
new folks that are coming in, Hispanic, Arab Americans, immigrants, homeless, they don't have the prior commitment built-in system, and they're being excluded out. And
Good.
those folks, by this analysis, they're at the bottom. So how
I love that. I love the argument.
how do you, as a board, how do we build in an ethics objective criteria as a moving target, because the target has moved?
Right.
And yeah, the folks, that, I've been here 31 years, I can already tell you the interlocutor corporate board memberships, same people, different, and even now, the sons and daughters of the
Sure.
corporate structure does not.
Well, I've got two answers for you. One's going to be unsatisfactory. One of them hopefully will be satisfactory. The unsatisfactory answer is suck it up, man. That's his argument. Like, there are just some built-in inequities in life, and you're not in a position to overcome them. So they are artifacts of the environment, and you're just going to have to work through that. The advantage, of course, is that this is a time slice micro-allocation algorithm. So this is taking into account everything that has contributed to the current situation. Here's the answer that's going to be more satisfying to you. If we take the micro-allocation algorithm and we convert it to a macro-allocation algorithm, things change. And that's where the board comes in. This board should never make a micro-allocation decision. If you guys are directing organizations to serve this person, don't serve that person, you are overstepping your role. It is inappropriate. Back off. You are trusting organizations to do the job properly, and you are funding them to do that job. You cannot do that job for them. By the way, that's not just true of the organizations that get money from the board. It's also true for the board itself. You hire an executive director, you cannot micromanage the executive director.
Yeah.
It's true. The board is here for strategic vision. The board is here to make sure that you are operating an organization in the direction that the organization should be operated. But if you don't trust your executive director to execute the vision that you've set, you need a new executive director. Or you guys need to back off because you don't know that you're not micromanagers. And boards get that wrong all the time. They become micromanagers, right? They want to see all the nitty-gritty.
Okay.
If you don't like the way Scott's behaving, either, well, you should ask him why you're doing it, and if he gives you a good answer, you should accept it and back off. If he can't give you a good answer, you should fire him. Sorry. But here's the real answer. Here's the real answer to your question. I want to get through these next few slides so that we can break for lunch, and then maybe we'll take an extra 15 minutes of lunch. In a pluralistic society, ethics derives from an understanding of the reasonable expectations for behavior. What people expect actually has moral value. You made a promise, I expect you to keep it. So promises are not just words, they're commitments, and they generate obligations or correlative rights. These are generated by identification of general roles that produce tacit expectations and specific relationships that produce explicit promises. On the macro level, these concerns can be shaped by public opinion. Politics matters. You pass a levy, you've made a commitment. You can't just renege on that commitment because it doesn't make you happy anymore. Okay? And if you do, you're never going to get another levy passed, ever. So opinions of people out in the world actually matter. So how do we take that and move from a micro-allocation algorithm to a macro-allocation? Well, remember those exclusionary criteria? There are some things we don't worry about. That is defined by your mission. Okay, all of that just reduces to what's your mission? If you're acting outside of your mission, stop it. If you are doing something you think is absolutely essential and it's not covered by your mission and you don't want to stop doing it, rewrite your mission. Your mission and your behavior have to be consistent with one another. This is a complicated slide, but this is the answer to your question. On the macro level, prior commitment has far less value. You can phase out programs. So you as a board get to decide Historically, we've always funded program type X. But given the changes in the demographics in the community, given the fact that we have now seen that those programs are effectively being abused by the system or are generating outcomes where that are not equitable, right? The demographics have changed, the expectations have changed, the funding sources have changed. Then you do have the ability on the macro level to just say, prior commitments are not things you need to keep forever. You can't necessarily pull the wool out or the rug out, cold turkey in the middle of a funding year, which was your question, right? But that doesn't mean that you're committed for all the rest of time to continue to fund programs of that type. You get to put out an announcement that says, world be on notice. Our priorities have changed because we have read emerging needs in our community that didn't exist before. We have unveiled inequities in our community that we didn't notice before. For all those reasons, we are making an intentional decision to phase out priority A and replace it with priority B. And we'd have to have a conversation. Do you do that in 1 year? Did you give someone 3 years worth of funding, in which case you have to tell them, we're bringing this down over time, but in 3 years expect 0? You do have the ability on the macro level to extricate yourself from prior commitments. Alternative resources, can someone go anywhere else to get the service? That becomes on the macro level leveraging. You should reward organizations that leverage their resources, that utilize alternatives. Why should you be paying for something if the VA will pay for it? Or if I give you $1, can you draw down 5 matching dollars from the Fed? Dang, that's a good use of $1. But at that point, the existence of alternatives actually becomes a question of efficiency. So that gets folded in under efficiency. Need, we're going to stick to our concept of equity. We're going to fund programs that are maximally equitable. What about effectiveness? There's a good conversation here on the macro level whether you value effectiveness more than efficiency. We could swap places with that. That's something we need to talk about. Comparative need? Well, that's public opinion, right? We could do this, we could do that. They're both roughly equal. Where should we go next? Well, you know what? Politics might play to tell you what your priorities should be. Random selection? No basis in the budget. 1. Identify the range of services to be offered over time. Begin with mandates, mission, and the demands of considered public opinion, like the results of votes and referendum. That's where you start. 2. Maintain a commitment to provide the services identified in step 1. You now know what your marching orders are. 3. Satisfy your mandates. Any additional resources should be spent in such a way that they limit the harms of budget cuts you make. Equity. Number 4, select programs that leverage resources to increase funding for steps 2 and 3. Notice that efficiency matters here, but only in service to equity. It's not intrinsically valuable, but if it helps you be more equitable, we want all the efficiency in the world. If I could serve you in such a way that I draw down excess resources that are fungible, so now by serving you, I actually also get to serve 3 others, you should be a high priority. Not because you have the greatest need, but because by serving you, I can serve the greatest needs. If that's true, which is almost never true, that you have resources that you can actually cost shift, but that's what cost shifting is, right? Why do you pay $50 in the hospital for a Tylenol tablet? Because it actually costs $50 for the hospital to run and deliver you a Tylenol tablet. If they didn't charge you $50, they'd have to take every uninsured patient and put them on the street. It's cost shifting. There's nothing unethical about cost shifting if it's done in the name of equity. Select programs with high and measurable success rates, that's effectiveness, and then you're going to have a budget. And then you're going to ask yourself at the end of the budget, does the budget I come up with actually satisfy the demands of public opinion? Am I delivering what the public wants? If the answer is yes, you're done. You've done a great job. If the answer is no, then you have one or the other of 2 options. You either need to change your budget to meet public opinion, because you are a public agency and you're accountable to the public, or you need to change public opinion to meet your budget. That is what we call reflected equilibrium. When a public agency engages in the provision of public services, it is not unreasonable for society to set the broad goals of activity. Therefore, a balance must be maintained between step 1 and step 6 on the previous slide. This is a bilateral process designed to generate equilibrium. You are not radically free to do whatever you want as a board. You exist with a legislative function. You collect resources that carry along with them reasonable expectations for behavior, some of which are communicated by a political process, some of which are legal mandates. Your budget needs to be consistent with that. If you don't like that, get off the board and go volunteer somewhere else. But you also can push. You can push the system. And you can communicate. I made these decisions because I believe this community values this more than that. And I didn't have the resources for both. If you don't like that choice, give me more resources. But if you're not going to give me more resources, you have forced me to make this decision, and I made the best decision I could. Few key questions. What's the difference between a hard mandate, a soft mandate, and a contingent mandate? Very, very important. Not all mandates are created equal. A hard mandate says, thou shalt do X, and this is how you shall do it, and this is how much money you will spend on it. So I require of you that you spend $100,000 on an opioid program, and this is what it has to look like. Hard mandate. Got to do it. That's going to become as strong as a prior commitment. No wiggle room. What's a soft mandate? You got to do something about opioids. Okay? So if I spend $1 on it, I satisfy the mandate? Yeah. Which means anything above $1 is discretionary. You get to decide whether or not you want to do it. Don't confuse the two. Just because someone says you have to do something, it doesn't mean they told you how much of it you have to do or how you have to do it. That's the difference between a hard mandate and a soft mandate. Hard mandates, no squishy room, you have to do it. Soft mandates, you got a lot of discretion. Contingent mandates. You don't have to do it at all, but if you accept any money for it, then a whole set of requirements snap on. If you don't like those requirements that snap on because you accepted that $1, don't accept that $1. I see we have law enforcement amongst us here. When I was on city council, that was always the place where these contingent mandates were the biggest problem. The state would say, I'll give you money to hire a new police officer. Okay, great. But then, I had to hire 5 additional on top of that, and you weren't going to give me any money for that, and then I had to keep them on the staff for 10 years. I mean, it cost me more to take your money than if I just paid for it out of my own pocket. You know, when I was on council, we had the 2008 downturn. And remember, the Fed was like, we've got all this money. If you have a shelf-ready project, right? Or whatever they called it. A shovel-ready project on the shelf. If you have a shovel-ready project, we'll give you all this money. Do you realize they were so worried about waste, fraud, and abuse that for every $1 they were going to give me to extend that road, I was going to have to spend $5 tracking the $1 to make sure that it was spent the way it should have been spent. I would have been better off accepting $2 worth of fraud in order to do a project than have to spend $5 tracking the lack of fraud. That is a contingent mandate where we would just say, keep your frickin' money. I don't want it. You're going to cost me more than it's worth. Does equity always take priority over efficiency? Well, if increased efficiency enhances the opportunities for equity, then the answer would be no. If by increasing efficiency, you actually put yourself in a position where you have more resources that you can use in an equitable way, then efficiency is great. But at that point, efficiency and equity are no longer in conflict. Efficiency serves equity. If efficiency is serving equity, go for it. These values are not always in conflict. How should we respond when budgetary demands from the state and local funders conflict with our priorities? That's actually the question you guys are asking. Well, the answer is either change their demands, so lobby and explain why you're doing what you're doing and go for it. But if they're hard mandates, you're out of luck. You're going to have to buckle because you exist as an arm of government. You're not radically free. How should we respond when budget cuts will cause demonstrable harm? I've drilled this into your head now. Engineer a situation where the demonstrable harm that you do is less than the demonstrable harm that you would do were you to make any other possible decision. Choose the least harmful option, not the greatest benefit, the least harm. Is it ethical to maintain reserves in a time of scarcity? Absolutely. If you don't have sustainability, then scarcity will win. So you need to play the game in the environment in which you find yourself. And that means that you need to be able to survive and make hard decisions when the environment demands it. I've already mentioned it. Capital reserves. I mean, if the lights aren't on, nobody's getting served. Operating reserves. Your cash flow's not even. You need to be able to weather some storms. So having a, 3 to 5 month operating reserve in the bank is probably necessary for sustainability. Reserve for contingencies. Something's going to hit the fan. I'm not sure what it is, but it happens every year. Okay, you need to be able to weather those storms. So maintaining a certain level of reserves, absolutely ethical, even in the face of scarcity. Although, maintaining excess reserves, no. And that's a board decision as to what the proper level of reserve would be. It's time for lunch. I will just tell you, you know what, when we come back from lunch, I'm going to give you some examples. These are examples of what other organizations have actually done to define their priorities and then operationalize the priorities that they've set. So these are examples of what I've done in some other places. They're just examples, no cookie cutters. You guys are going to have to develop your own system. But we are going to shoot for an RFP process that operationalizes these philosophical concepts. These are the questions that are going to have to be asked. These are the points that you have to consider. And ultimately, you might find yourself in a position where you can graph different different programs' performances vis-a-vis the standards that you set for them. This is actually a graphic from Stark County as to when they scored applications. They scored in different priority areas, and even within a priority area, some of them were excellent, some of them not so much. So if we have to make a decision about how much money we're going to throw into this priority, we might have a dividing line somewhere. And the well-acting organizations are going to get funded, and the ones that are not so good won't. So when we come back from lunch, I'll walk you through some of these examples, and then we'll spend the afternoon trying to figure out how it applies to you, which will just be the kickoff of what will be a multi-meeting process. Well, let's stop for lunch.
What do you want to instruct everybody on? very much.
All right, jump back into things. I still have some slides I want to go through now to talk about or to give you some examples as to how this has been operationalized in some of your sister organizations. So I do want to run through these last few slides. My intent was for this afternoon to be relatively unstructured. For us to have an opportunity to begin the process of talking about what our priorities actually are. And it will take some time to then put that into some sort of format that is going to be useful. I was surprised during the break to find out how many of you, there are several of you who are like philosophy minors in college and have enjoyed this philosophical exploration. But I want to make sure you understand that this philosophical exploration really is designed to become very practical. So some of the ideas we've been playing with are sort of heady, they're very conceptual. But what we need to do now is lock that down to how we actually behave. Like, what does this actually mean for us? How are we going to operationalize this? So let me walk through. I mean, unless anyone has a question or a comment or an argument they want to start with right now. Or what? Apparently, Herb, he's jealous that I attacked you instead of him. So
The heck with it.
You don't care. I didn't say you were heartless. I just said you were spiteful. So let me walk through some of these examples to try to show you some of the ways that this can become very, very practical. But then, as I say, I am ready to leave the afternoon relatively unstructured and just for us to begin the process of trying to identify those priorities. So I'm not even sure how the afternoon will flow. I intend to take a break at some point, but honestly, I intended to take a break this morning. But sorry, Adrian. We will take, if we're going to go up to 4 o'clock, we're definitely going to take a break.
For sure.
But I am flexible with you guys. So if your heads are full, my brain is full, it's time to stop. We can stop, and then we'll pick up another day. But if you want to go right up to 4 o'clock, then go up to 4 o'clock. I'll sort of leave that up to you. It's a lot. It's a long day. It's a lot of tough stuff. But let's jump back to the PowerPoint. I want to share with you just some prioritization examples. And I'm going to start with the example that, you don't have to see any detail, you just have to see color. Can you see colors? You can see colors, all right. I want to just share with you how this all started. Remember I told you that decades ago I was working with Alexandria when prevention dollars were crunched, and we had to make some hard decisions. And what we actually did, it was an exercise that I did with the group, which maybe we'll replicate, I don't know. Someone found these beautiful giant Post-it notes. And they actually look like giant Post-it notes. I don't know where you get them, but maybe on Amazon we can get them. And what we did, we gathered everyone together, we talked a little bit about some of the concepts that I had shared with you, and we wrote down programs, 1 program per Post-it note. Okay? And randomly, I took one, and I stuck it on the wall. Just like, bam, right there. Then we took the next one, and I said to the group, all right, you can see what's on the wall already. Here's the next one. I'm going to put it on the wall. Higher priority, lower priority, same priority. Like you tell me where to put it. I'm not directing this at all. It's not my values. It's not what I care about. I want to know from the group, is there consensus about whether or not this program, the second one, should be higher or lower or the same? And then, bam, we stuck it on the wall. Took the third Post-it note, same thing. Given the 2 that are already here, where does this one belong? Higher, lower, the same. And we stuck that on the wall. And we went through this process with all of the programs that were eligible for funding. And then we stood back and we looked at the wall. And what popped out was this. This is not a photo of the wall, but someone was taking great notes and then turned it into a nice table. I don't know, an Excel or something. And what you can see, don't worry about the color coding, but what you can see is that based on a consensus from the group, we were able to determine relative priorities for each of the programs. And furthermore, once we saw the relative priorities, we noticed a pattern emerging. And the pattern is what we discerned and then listed on the left-hand side. This is what you can't see because the print's too small. Prenatal plus an identified risk factor rose to the top of everyone's priorities. If you listed, and this one doesn't really work very well, but if you look at all of the programs at the top, they sort of fit into these categories. Prenatal with the risk factor, ages 0 to 3 with the risk factor, ages 3 to 5 with the risk factor. They were all clustered at the top. Down at the bottom, you have older people and a lack of identifiable risk categories. They clustered at the bottom. And we were actually able to identify a series of priorities based on, we didn't start with what's your priority and let's define it. Age 18 to 21 plus a risk factor. Ooh, that's a big priority. What we did instead was we just looked at the programs and we said, stick them on the wall and then just tell me, does this feel like a higher priority, lower priority, same priority? And what fell out of that was an identifiable pattern. And what the pattern basically indicated was that everyone in the room agreed that early intervention is essential, right? By the time someone gets to be 18 years old, I mean, I hate to say it, right? But chances are good you're not going to make much of an impact. There also has to do with how many risk factors have been identified, right? So do you have, and I forget the terminology for this now, but you know, there are levels of risk factors and numbers of risk factors. Help me out. Prevention person, maybe?
There's an 8 with the ACE.
Yeah. So it became very, very clear that the more risk factors that could be identified would push you higher up on the list. The fewer risk factors would put you lower on the list. But also that was sort of planted on top of an age priority. And this is what spit out. And then what we were able to say, and remember, these are all people who were competing for dollars. So they knew that someone was going to lose in this. And yet, the people who ran these programs down here recognized, well, look, I love the program that I operate, but compared to that, it's a lower priority. So here's what we do. And you want to talk about talking to, or who, I don't remember who it was, about, well, the environment and what did the politicians say and all of that. Notice what we were able to do. We were able to say, our priorities hold constant. Our funding resources don't. So what we're going to do is we're going to start funding at the top. It's our highest priority. And we're going to keep funding. And at some point, we're going to run out of money. And anything below that isn't going to get funded. Doesn't mean we don't like it, right? Doesn't mean it's not sweet. But it's a lower priority and we ran out of money. Now we can go back to City Council. And if City Council says, wait a minute, why didn't you fund that? Now we can answer. The reason we didn't fund that is because we had to fund everything above it and we ran out of money. Now our priorities are static. We've set those. If you want this funded, give us more money. You give us more money, this line drops. You take money away from us, this line goes up. The priorities stay the same, the funding level shifts. So we, frankly, are not responsible for a choice not to fund this. You are. Right? If this really matters to you, then fund it. But if you don't want to give us the money, that's the consequence of your behavior. And I said it last night, and I'll say it again. You do no favors to anybody. Well, especially elected officials. And I'm speaking as one who was an elected official for 12 years. You do no elected official any favor when you insulate them from the consequences of their choices. If there are no consequences for the behavior, you are incentivizing a continuation and maybe even an exacerbation of that very behavior. But if you can communicate in very clear terms, this is not personal, this is not me against you, it's not even a political tussle. I'm just telling you, when the money runs out, whatever we don't have money for doesn't get done. And if you're coming under political pressure that, oh my God, you gotta get that done, well then you've gotta find a way to fund us to make that happen, because these are the legitimate, defensible, rationally explainable priorities. Question?
Can you describe the communication strategy you see for this? Is it, you just keep saying over and over again, you list, how do you communicate this? So it's essentially you're saying, watch, keep honest people honest, that this is locked, politician, as the example you just used. If you have to come to us and tell us or whatever else, how do you communicate this effectively?
That's exactly what you're doing in this left-hand column. In other words, if someone asks you, what the hell were you thinking when you took school-age prevention team, this yellow program out of the funding? We don't say, we didn't take that out of the funding. We didn't do that at all. Now, what we did say was that grade K through 3 without a risk factor is less, I'm not going to say less important because that's dangerous. It's a lower priority than early intervention, 0 to 3 with identified risk factors. Now, politician, would you prefer that we put our money into grade K through 3 with no risk factors at the cost of taking money away from early intervention 0 to 3? Because if that's your priority, make it a mandate and then we'll do it. But then you're going to be on the record saying that you instructed us to cut program A in order to provide program B, when we have explained in very clear terms why program A is actually a higher priority than program B. Now, you don't have to agree with our priorities, but if you don't agree with our priorities, make it a freaking mandate. Don't tell me that I'm supposed to readjust my priorities. If you're trying to tell me what your priorities are, tell me what your priorities are. But they're going to come to you and they're going to say, well, you're the experts in the field. I mean, you know this field better than we do. We're just elected officials. So you tell me, like, what makes the biggest difference? What will have the biggest impact on our community? And you can rationally answer, early intervention 0 to 3 with identified risk factors will be a better spend of your municipal dollars than chasing a 21-year-old who is, I don't know, should be in a DARE program when he's a senior in high school. I mean, come on, give me a break. Am I going to do early intervention with folks with identified risk factors who have already been diagnosed with developmental disabilities or emotional disturbance issues, where my people can make a huge difference in how that child develops? Or should I be spending money on a DARE officer? Nothing against officers in schools, by the way, but there's very little evidence that DARE does anything. Now, that's where outcome measures come in, right? You gotta have your outcome measures. So, if DARE doesn't work, why are you funding it? Because some elected official has a burr under his saddle about DARE? I'm going to leave the communication up to you. You've got a communication expert. You want to bring me in? I'll argue in front of city council. I mean, I can do that. But the whole idea is how you package the information is less important to me than what information you're packaging. You come up with a fancy way to communicate it to the right parties. I'm here to talk about what you should be trying to communicate, not how. And so, figure it out, because I'm seeing nods. How many people work in prevention? Anyone? So, you would agree, early intervention with identified risk factors, higher priority than grade 9 through 12 without risk factors? Right, it seems obvious now, right? I mean, like, duh. Like, why didn't you just write that on the board? Because I'm not here to tell you anything. I'm here to draw out from you what you already believe, okay? And that's why we did the Post-it exercise. I didn't tell them this program's better, a higher priority than that. I asked them, we have this program on the wall, this next one. Higher, lower, the same. Let's just make a picture of it. You're not convinced?
No, I'm not.
Okay?
That's all right.
Wanna keep going?
Yes.
All right, I mean, do you have one last? No, okay. How does this is one example. At Stark, we're playing with Post-it notes, but we effectively had to do the same thing. So how can you describe, now we're going really macro, instead of talking about specific programs, which is what was involved in this exercise, we could actually identify individual programs and then compare them in terms of priority. At Stark, we had to ask, all right, how do you define program areas with enough specificity that you could differentiate priority levels, but not so much specificity that you're like picking exact winners and losers. Like, we're trying to set priorities, we're not trying to make a final budget decision. Right. And this is what they came up with. They said, all right, first priority, true mandates, which I would refer to as hard mandates, okay? So step number one in your budgeting process, according to Stark, if we're setting priorities, identify those services that we're legally required to provide and the degree in which we must provide them, satisfy these mandates while recognizing that some requirements are merely contingent as opposed to absolute mandates, and many mandates do not specify minimum spending. So their first priority was, if you actually have a hard mandate to do it, it's non-negotiable, right? Like, don't waste your time. This gets back to maybe some of the questions about, well, what environment I am, or what if I disagree with the priorities that state government has set for me? I got news for you. They have the power to set that priority. You don't. Get on with your life. Okay? You don't have to like it. You don't have to agree with it. It's a reality of the environment. So first priority. This is by way of example. You don't have to agree. Right? You don't have to adopt this. I'm giving you examples. First priority, hard mandates. All right. We have to do those things. If we have money left over after we have satisfied mandates, what should our next priority be? So where the concept of equity comes in. Second priority, they defined it as urgent risk. If funds remain after supporting higher priority programs, fund those programs that would result in substantial and urgent harms if not funded. Urgent risk should be understood to mean that if the funding were removed, individuals would be at imminent risk of seriously harming themselves or others, or would be exposed to potentially life-threatening withdrawal from substances. This is urgent risk. Life and death. Serious bodily injury. That's going to be our second priority. So if programs are trying to meet these needs, they're going to come in right after we've satisfied our mandates. What if we have resources left over after we have satisfied mandates and we've worried about people who are at imminent risk of serious harm? Then we move from urgent risk to high risk. This is just the vocabulary they use. They're stipulating this definition. If funds remain after supporting higher priority programs, fund those programs that would result in substantial but non-urgent harms if not funded. High risk should be understood to mean that if the funding were removed, individuals would be at risk of loss of basic self-care skills, which would impair functioning. They would likely degenerate into the urgent risk category, or they would pose a general public safety risk. That's your third priority. All right, what do we have money left over after the first three priorities have been met? So this feels like Post-its on the wall, right? Fourth priority, serious risk. If funds remain after supporting higher priority programs, fund those programs that would result in loss of function in an unspecified future. There's a temporal component, right? Remember I said before, and this is the gallows humor, dead today, dead tomorrow, dead next week. Or maybe I said that last night, I didn't say that today. But effectively, how urgent is the need? Well, by fourth priority, I'm not going to say you don't have a need, but the imminency of the need is reduced.
Right.
If funds remain after supporting higher priority programs, fund those programs that would result in loss of function in the unspecified future. Serious risk should be understood to mean that if the funding were removed, individuals would be at risk of developing significant functional issues related to SPMI, SMI, SED, and severe SU, such that without intervention, their condition would likely degenerate into a higher level risk at some point in the non-imminent future. If we still have money left over, we'll move on to fifth priority, important needs. If funds remain after supporting higher priority programs, fund those programs that support other important goals. Important needs should be understood to mean that if the funding were removed, individuals would be at risk of degradation of their social functioning, higher cognitive development, and employment success. Are these areas not important? Social functioning, cognitive development, and employment success? No, they're important. I'm not saying these don't matter, but they actually pale in comparison with dead today or dead tomorrow. So this is how stark, I think that was, oh, no, they have a sixth. Believe it or not. If you have money by the time you get to sixth priority, yay, bully for you. Legitimate needs. If funds remain after supporting higher priority programs, fund those programs that support valuable goals for non-priority populations. They identified priority populations. So have you identified priority populations? Because that's something we can score, right? We can put a number on whether or not, or to the degree to which, you actually support the needs of priority populations. They're identifying priority populations as urgent needs for people with serious mental illness, serious persisting mental illness, substance use disorder, etc. So, higher priority programs, fund those programs that support valuable goals for non-priority populations. Legitimate needs should be understood to mean that if the funding were removed, individuals would be at risk of experiencing poorer outcomes with regard to non-urgent risks associated with any of the issues outlined above. So what's the difference between priority 5 and priority 6? Probably it has to do similar needs, but priority 6 is non-priority populations. Priority 5 is still targeting priority populations. So you can differentiate in terms of the level of need. You can also differentiate based on the categories into which people are placed. That's stark. Now I'm going to show you a few more examples because they're all a little bit different. But I paused. Questions?
I worry about the conversation of priority populations, because as you described Starks, that's everybody. I mean, there was very little differentiation. You know, when you
Don't worry well. I don't have a diagnosis of SMI. I do have some emotional issues. I would definitely benefit from some counseling. You guys offer, some of your organizations offer counseling of that type. I'm not a priority. If I don't have an SMI diagnosis, I'm not a priority population. Or, I mean, obviously, it could be a serious SUD diagnosis. It could be, you have to define that. But there are plenty of folks who try to access mental health services who definitely can benefit from that. I'm not going to say they don't need them. But were they not to get them, the sky will not fall. And those are not priority populations.
Is there a differentiation besides the diagnosis as to adult? And because you use SMI, which would typically go towards kids.
As opposed to SPMI. I mean, they listed SMI and SPMI both on their list. It's a great question. It's almost a meta question because remember what I did with Alexandria, right? When we saw the pattern, we saw two elements to generating priority pattern. One of them had to do with the indications. How many risk factors have you identified for the individual? But the other one had to do with age. So they put a higher priority if there were two people showing up with the same level of indication, identified risk factors. But one of them was 0 to 3 and the other one was 12 to 17. The 0 to 3 took priority. So it's up to you to decide that. I can't tell you what your priorities should be, but the point is that you can cross-reference more than one category when you're defining your high priorities. So you could say, I need to see, I won't call it SMI or SPMI. I need to see a diagnosis of I want to say a serious mental illness, but that's, sure, well, before the new DSM, an Axis 1 thought disorder, and low age. Because let's just face it, someone who's 65 and on their 50th psychotic break, the odds that you're going to meaningfully change the trajectory of their care compared to a 20-year-old who's just experienced their first psychotic break? Come on, guys.
Right, but those are the people clubbing people on the street and beating up our hospital emergency staff.
They also built in risks of harm to others. Okay? But we need to be very careful to figure out, our judge isn't here today. He said it last night. You should not go to jail just because you have a serious mental illness. Likewise, you should not be kept out of jail just because you have a serious mental illness. So you want to make sure that you're matching people to the appropriate services. And if someone is a manifest risk of harm to others, they probably don't belong in your group home, even if they could benefit by it. So now we can have a whole other conversation about security of justice and paternalism and the ethics of determining, when a risk is worth taking or not. And we'll have those conversations. But right now we're just talking about how do you define a priority population, and that's just how Stark did it. Now this is very wordy, okay? So we should be able to really cut this down. This was from 2015, by the way. So we should be able to really cut this down. Elijah, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, I think Scott was getting to it. I'm curious if they're especially because you talked about the scoring and you haven't brought up the IRRB process.
I'll show that to you in a little bit. Yeah.
But does Stark or any of the other counties, is it like serious mental illness and homelessness, serious mental illness and incarceration?
Okay.
Do they stratify risk like that?
Absolutely, but that is a different version of a multifactorial risk assessment. So I've already described age of onset or age of intervention and identified risk factors, but you're absolutely correct. You could have multiple risk factors that in combination really ramp you to the top, right? So homelessness could be an additional risk factor, that someone who's suffering from serious persisting mental illness and does not have a stable living environment could be at much more elevated risk than someone who carries the exact same diagnosis but has a very good natural support system in place. I mean, now we're almost, I want to be careful not to sort of fade back into microallocation, but if we're going to talk about microallocation, if two clients presented, and this is going to be the Mr. Z and Mr. X again, but if two clients present with exactly the same risk factors, well, I scratch that. Exactly the same diagnoses, right? Exactly the same trajectory of their illness. But one of them has a very strong natural support system. They have family members who take care of them. They have a place they can land if things go badly. There's always a couch they can surf on. Their parents are young and engaged and able to help them process their finances and their living arrangements and make sure that they're getting their meds on time. And then you have someone else with an identical diagnosis who has no natural support system, no insight into their own illness. They're not going to stay on their meds. They don't have anyone helping them manage their finances, and they're going to end up homeless on the street. The second guy's a higher priority than the first guy. They have the same diagnosis and the same risk factors if left untreated. But one of them has a much higher likelihood of going without supports versus the first. Absolutely, I would choose. I mean, that is the entire argument for why we should take Mr. X, who can't go back to school, over Mr. Z, who has another option. Because in effect, although they both carry the same diagnosis, right? They would both benefit the same way from the program. The downside is different because one of them has another option for support. I had a really interesting ethics consult. This is a long time ago. Guy was in the mental health institute, so he's inpatient. By the way, that's another priority area. People who have just been released from the state hospital, do they automatically rise to the top of your priority or not? It's interesting. There's sometimes mandates involved in that. Okay. I had a case of a guy in the mental health institute, and by all accounts, he was stable enough, ready for discharge. And we do maintain an ethical responsibility to always treat with the least restrictive alternative, especially if we respect autonomy, which you mentioned before, right? We should not be restricting autonomy unless we have to. A justification for overruling an otherwise operative assumption. And therefore, we have to justify any restriction that we place on someone. They don't have to justify being free. We have to justify restricting their freedom, which is a fancy way of arguing if you can get the job done with less restriction, it's always ethically preferable to getting the job done with greater restriction. Okay, excellent. We have this patient ready for release, psychiatrically as stable as he needs to be. In order to effect his release, we really need to know what his community resources are. Part of that is, does he have engaged family members? Well, this guy, who was relatively stable in a lot of ways, maintained fixed delusions specifically about his family. They were out to get him. Refractory to treatment, fixed delusions. He has capacity to decide whether or not he should stay on his Risperdal, right? Whether or not he wants to take his own. He's consenting his own meds. But when we say to him, look, we need to arrange discharge, can we call your family to find out, like, what sorts of supports are out there in the community for you? He was like, I forbid you from calling my family. Because they all want to kill me. Which was a delusional thought process. I got an ethics
That's
lesson.
very ill.
Can we call the family over the patient's objections? We've already determined that he has capacity to consent to his own meds. So on the one hand, he has capacity, and if he says, I don't want you to call my family, it'll be a HIPAA violation for you to breach confidentiality and call the family. On the other hand, he's refusing permission to call the family secondary to his delusional structure. So does he have diminished capacity to decide whether or not you can call his family? Those are the kinds of cases I get every day. Okay? Like, this is bread and butter stuff.
What's the answer? Yeah, what?
Don't leave it. I wasn't going to tell you the answer, but I'll just say this: the answer really doesn't matter, because if you change one variable, you change the outcome. Right? This is applied ethics, so it's not going to be like, oh, everybody who says don't call the family, you can call them anyway. You have to actually analyze the particular case. Now, in this particular case, what we argued was capacity is task specific. You can have capacity to do certain things and simultaneously lack capacity to do other things, right? I can currently drive an automobile. I have capacity to drive an automobile. I do not have capacity to do brain surgery. Okay? I did do a cadaver dissection, and I can promise you, I could get your brain out. I can't get it back in. Okay, so I have diminished capacity or incapacity to do neurosurgery, while simultaneously having capacity to drive a car. Okay, great. No one's going to take away my driver's license because I can't do neurosurgery. We applied that same reasoning to this particular individual, and we said, look, he has capacity to make all sorts of decisions where he retains insight, but there is a particular compartmentalized area of his life where his fixed delusions preclude his ability to understand the alternatives, risks, and benefits associated with the choice he's making. He doesn't understand that he will be retained in a more restrictive environment indefinitely if we're not able to call his family members. He doesn't get that. He denies he has any mental illness at all. So, we actually in that case determined, because of his targeted diminished capacity, he's lost capacity to make the decision about whether or not his family should have access to his medical record. Well, once someone has diminished capacity for a particular decision, what happens next? You get a surrogate decision maker to consent on their behalf. Who would the surrogate be? Next of kin, which means we need to call the family in order to ask whether or not we can call the family. Okay? Problem solved. You pick the highest ranking next of kin. That person now you have a legitimate need to contact that individual, and they will then be in the driver's seat to determine how broadly you share the information. We actually argued in that particular case, call the family over his objections. It's ethically permissible to do that. Okay? Why did I tell you this whole story? It's in response to Elijah's question. Whether this guy has a family or doesn't have a family, whether he has delusions about his family or doesn't have delusions about his family, whether the thoughts of his family are accurate, whether his family is willing to help. Maybe he's burned through that family relationship and they don't want anything to do. How many consults have I gotten where the family's like, you keep him forever. Like, we're never going to consent for him to be discharged from the hospital. We're like, but guys, he's ready to go. And they're like, not in my backyard. Right? If you're going to release him, make sure he's 3 counties over, because we don't want to see him again. Okay, all of that becomes relevant when you're trying to decide what the risk factors are when you treat this individual. And that will assess whether he's a higher or lower priority than someone else with a different set of risk factors. Now that's micro level, right? You need to be thinking about this in terms of macro level, right? You're going to fund a program that does a certain task in the community. And you're going to have to ask yourself, if this really targets the highest risk individuals who don't have natural support, who will be homeless if we don't serve them, that could really rise up, as opposed to a program that says, we will serve you, but only if you have stable housing. I just did an ethics consult 2 weeks ago. don't know if you have, I don't know what the penetration of peer support here is in your locality, but there are these peer-driven respite centers. Okay. I got an ethics consult because according to some national guidelines, the whole purpose of those centers is to help people pre-emergently, right? You don't want them to degenerate to the point where they have to then get simply committed. So you want to give them a respite opportunity where they can come in for a limited period of time, get some support, sort of tune up, and be able to go back to their stable living environment. So according to some of the national standards, they will not accept clients who do not have stable living arrangements. Because they reason our whole idea is to keep you in stable housing. So if you don't have stable housing, why are you coming to our program? So I got an ethics consult. Should homelessness be a rule out for admission to a peer respite center? You're smiling because maybe you've had this conversation. Our ethics consult said, no, it should not be a rule out. People can be in a homeless shelter and still get services. So it's certainly a risk factor to consider, but calling it a rule out would disenfranchise a large number of people who might benefit from that program. We actually said that becomes ethically irrelevant. Whether they have flip side of that, suppose it's a 2-week program. You're only supposed to stay for a limited period of time. Does the fact that someone has received maximal benefit from the program, from the respite support, but they don't have housing to go back to, does that score them an extended stay? Do they get to stay in your center because they don't have anywhere else to go? You know what we said about that? No! You should be homeless blind. You're taking people because the respite services are going to help them at this moment. You shouldn't rule them out because they don't have a home to go back to.